Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the mountain pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, one with the solo warrior. I will remain a contender, one with the solo warrior. I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out in the ring like. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, one with the solo warrior. I will remain a contender, one with the solo warrior. I will. It's a down for one love and one people. What do you say? Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 one foot in the air. Hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna y'all see me break it down, now. Watch me break it down, now. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that y'all see me break 'em down, now. Yeah, we break 'em down, now. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Don't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCONPromeyezed show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is, June 16th. Oh, I can see the summer's gonna go by pretty quickly. We have a great show planned for you. We are on part 12 of our series, The Age of Aquarius, with Brother Odel. The purpose of this series, I hope this headset is working. Let me hit record. Sorry, fam. I'll be the main one upset.
Recording in progress.
The purpose of this series is to go over what ascension really means. So I know what the quote, quote, spiritual woke community is saying it means. So we're going to go over it from a couple of aspects, getting into what that astrological clock really is, discussing the precession of the equinox and the changes of the ages, how all of that came about. And then in addition to that, we're giving you the true lineup of historical events and how that fits into the changes of the ages. And y'all know how we do. Wherever the information takes us, that's where we will be. So we do still have to go over the last piece of the astrological clock with Brother Odel, and shout out to Brother Odel from the UK. And then he also wants to get into the real reasons, plural, behind some of these world wars. So if this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back to the earlier shows in this particular series to get a gist of what's going on. All right, so before we get into the show, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube family. So shout out to Sis Tanya. She was in the house early tonight. Shout out to son Scotty. Good to see you, son Scotty. I'm going to try to say your name, so forgive me up in advance if I'm about to butcher this. Akachukwu. Shout out to you, LaDon. Shout out to El Sheba. Good to see you. Shout out to Sis Latifa. Shout out to you. Shout out to Black Love. Sis Sandra's in the house. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Good to see you, sis, as well. Who else? A shout out to Akia. And I think I got everybody in the chat. And then shout out to the YouTube fam as well. All right, fam. So I'm going and shout out to Niece Razzle, who just creeped on up in the chat. And shout out to I'm Born Here. Good to see you, beloved. And shout out to Alabama. Grand Elevation. Peace, beloved. Okay. So let me bring on Sis Sandra, and then we're going to get it cracking. I do have some follow-up items, of course. And you know, then when Brother Odel gets in the house, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of things. So let's bring on Sis Sandra. Oh, now it wants to decide to rain. You know what, y'all? I'm about sick of this weather. It feels like New Orleans here, y'all. So I'm sitting here trying to get prepared for this show. And all of a sudden it starts raining. So I run out to my front porch because y'all know how in the summer you have your little annuals and your little hanging baskets, trying to make your little porch look cute. So I run out there, grab all of that, sit it out so it can get some rain. I guess the elements felt me and was like, oh, well, damn you, I'm going to let the sun come out. And then it stops raining. So I left them out there. So now it's starting back raining. But it's been crazy here, fam. Today, I just walked off of my front porch. I have a thermometer out there. It's sitting in the shade. And it was 101. Now, that was in the shade. Yesterday, the past 2 days in the shade, it's been like 105-ish. People have been without their power. This is going on the third day. Poor people was supposed to get their little power back on today, and child, their power still ain't on. So people are at cooling centers. And why y'all, some degenerate went and shot up the cooling center, one of the cooling centers. I just can't with the degeneracy. It's too much. So, hang in there, everyone, with this heat. Check on your elders. Make sure that they're not sitting in no hot house. If they don't have air, make sure they had them windows open, and make sure they have fans. As a matter of fact, if you can, just get them to stay with you if you have air, because this is very, very dangerous weather. Make sure those babies are hydrated. Your pets and your animals, you're going to have to bring them on in. Make a little space for them. Make sure they're hydrated. And you stay hydrated also, because, like I said, here it literally feels like New Orleans. Y'all know how New Orleans is always muggy. And then in the summer, at the drop of a dime, it will rain. And how you can get sunburned and you ain't even up in the sun in New Orleans, you in the shade. That's how it's been here. So everybody be safe. I know that's across the country that this weather's been cutting up. All right, Sis Sandra. So I'm going to bring on Brother Sean and son Scotty too. And then we're going to go ahead on with the fuckery. But you can go on and start, sis. You can go on and start while I'm bringing in.
Okay. You know what? Is degeneracy going all around this planet.
Yeah.
Good evening, family. I want to say that first, everybody.
Peace and love, sis. Good to hear
Peace
your
and
voice.
love to everybody. It is absolutely off the chain, or off the hook, as I guess they say. Because these people are killing their children. They are killing their children. They're not making excuses for it. They're just doing it. And I'm like, what is wrong with these people? If these people are mental, take care of yourself. And if you want to shoot yourself, have at
it. Right.
But leave the babies alone. Our people are participating in this mess too. And I don't know what's wrong with these people. I saw a little girl, just as she looks like my new grandbaby.
Mm-hmm.
And I just almost wanted to cry because her daddy killed her. He kidnapped her and he killed her. And I'm like,
I can't, fam. It's too much.
It's like, is it my age that makes me sentimental, or is it the fact that his lunacy is gone off the chain? So I was remembering the Lazarus effects.
Mm-hmm.
This preacher died, and he was dead for about a week or two.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in a casket. They were embalming him and all this kind of stuff. They laid him and stayed in the church or something. And he woke up. And everybody was really, really, really shocked, of course. He'd been dead for more than a week.
This is in real life or a movie?
No, it's real life.
Oh, okay.
He just wrote a story about it. But it was real life. And I think he was an African preacher, I believe. It's been years ago since I heard it. But what he said, he was in hell. And he described it, they had animated it, with actors and stuff by the time he got it out there. And this world looks just like it. All these strange looking people dressed up in all these costumes, all these tats, mohawks. You can't even see the person's face for tats, and people eating their flesh and eating other people's flesh and killing each other. He showed hell, actually, the way he saw it. And I said, And when that happened, that was some years ago, about maybe 10 to 12 years ago, and Earth was still stable. But we're not stable anymore. And things have really, really took a turn for the worse. So that's what I observed this week. But I also want to say something if you want me to go ahead with it, or you want to bring on everybody else. I heard this sportscaster.
Mm-hmm.
He's a sports writer today. He was talking about what's his name? LeBron James.
What about him?
What he really said that was most interesting was that the DNC, or the Democratic Party, was considered the dead Negro Confederacy. That's what they were established for.
Ooh, who said that? You don't remember who said it?
His name is Jason Whitlock. Oh, I had to get this one down. His name is Jason Whitlock.
Okay.
And he's on the Fearless podcast, and he's also a sports writer for Fox Sports and
that makes sense if he on Fox
and Blaze and the Blaze. And so he was talking about exactly what we've been saying, except for he got the history screwed up. He said that the Democrats was made to kill us, and they were the ones who started the Ku Klux Klan.
What? Now, what platform was he saying all of this on?
America's Voice. That's with Steve Bannon.
I'm surprised because not many people say that.
Yeah, well, he did. He was a melanated man.
Yeah, which is really shocking.
And
hey, peace and love, Brother Sean.
Oh, that's he an ex-football player also.
Oh, is he?
Football, yeah.
And he was talking about it. He was straight out telling what they were set up to do. And I knew they were set up to stop us from being people and coming back into power. He just got it a little wrong as to who the slaves were, and so on and so forth. As far as the Civil War was concerned, it wasn't to free the slaves, as far as what they fought for. Like, we were talking about, it's us, fighting for our territory, and our people had slaves as well.
Right.
So he didn't get that part right, but he sure got the part right for the Democrats and what their purpose was. And also
I'm impressed.
Yeah, he did. He has a book or a blog out on Twitter, and it's under his name Whitlock Jason. So he has it there. I saw part of it. And I was like, I was just listening to it, and I said, "Oh, I should write this down," because I'm
impressed. Dude, kudos to you. I'm impressed.
I know it. So Lincoln was a Republican, I think, but the Democrats came up after him, and we were a Republican, or the Republic. And then the Republican Party came in, but so the history is still crazy. It's backwards.
Yeah.
But I heard that our people are waking up, and he was talking about LeBron James is a person who came up with just single parent and no money and stuff like that, but now he's a globalist sympathizer, and he gets his
dude is just going in. Dang.
Yeah, he sure talked about it, Nike and all of it, and the person who owns Nike and what it was all about, and that LeBron's with the Chinese. He said LeBron is talking about that they kill us here and treat us bad here, but he supports China, and China is worse than here, and he don't talk about that because he does that Nike stuff.
Yeah, because he don't want his ends messed with.
Yeah, he don't want his ends messed with. And that's what his beef was. If you're gonna say something, tell the truth all the way.
Right, don't do it halfway.
Yeah. And so that's what I listened to just a few minutes ago.
Hey, and what's the guy's name again?
His name is Jason
Whitlock.
Jason Whitlock. Okay, well, kudos to you for putting yourself out there like that, especially if you're sitting on like one of the mainstream media platforms. So kudos, because you're taking a risk.
Yeah, he said that he's done known this man for years. And so, Brother Shaw, you said he was a football, player. So he's out in that sports arena and he writes sports articles, all that kind of stuff. And so he just called out LeBron James for being pretty much a traitor. If you're going to talk it, just talk the truth. Tell it all of it. And he talked about all the people in the deep state that he gets his instructions from. LeBron gets his instructions from. That's what he's talking about.
He was going in.
It was very impressive, and he wasn't taking any prisoners on it.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's a good update, sis. Okay. I have to check dude out.
It was pretty good.
Sis Divinity asked you a question in the chat. She was
I'm not in that.
Okay.
That's Florida. That's in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm in California.
Okay. I'm surprised Cali ain't had no drama. I guess they want to spur with lights.
They did. Yeah, they did. They turned our lights off. It was a test. This is a test. They're going to do that. And they're called this severe drought. But I'm going to tell you, years ago, I heard, and I'm going to say allegedly so we don't get sued.
Right.
They were dumping the water out of the dams into the ocean.
Yeah, allegedly and supposedly. I heard that too. And they were doing it on a scheduled basis and everything, allegedly and supposedly. Yeah, I heard that too.
And now they talking about, what a quarter of the country is going to be on severe droughts and all this kind of stuff. Well, when they have these so-called devils, allegedly and supposedly, in office doing that kind of stuff, then this is what they're doing to get their agenda out there. So their agenda is to starve the folks out.
Yeah, and it's all manufactured because at the end of the day, they know how to make rain anyway. So I'm not trying to hear that drought situation.
No, they know how to do it. And then I saw an article saying the clouds are gonna go away. So I was like,
okay.
Oh Lord, have mercy. Here we go.
Right. Always some drama.
More manufacturing of the weather.
Yeah, Yellowstone is flooded. Now, that's true. They showed that on a little nightly news situation where they claimed the river literally just created a new path and everything. So I smell terraforming, but whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
A river doesn't do that instantly without provocations like lots of rain.
I would think so, but I'm like, okay. But remember, Colorado. No, I'm thinking about Colorado. I'm mixing up Yellowstone and Colorado. Never mind, because the Colorado River is drying up, this, that, and the third. So
they did our water to keep the southern and the central part of California from getting water.
Yeah, that movie, China. I know you know what I'm talking about, sis. With Jack Nicholson. It was from doggone it.
I didn't see it. I know what you're saying.
You gotta watch it. You're gonna appreciate it. It was with Jack Nicholson and Faye Dunaway. And it was literally how the water system was created.
Yeah. Chinatown.
Chinatown. It's really...
okay. I think it's...
That's a good movie. That's a good movie. And they didn't say it was based on a true story, but it surely seemed true story-ish to me.
They cut off the water to Southern California because of a little teensy fish called a smelt. And
I didn't know y'all had smelts. I thought, I know they're up north, but I didn't know Cali had smelt. What about the smelt?
They didn't want to endanger it.
Child, if they don't go have several seats when they can go up north and grab them some smelts to procreate. They full of it.
They can take a bucket full or truck full and bring it down south.
Right. Ain't nobody trying to hear that foolishness that they talking.
Yeah, that's how they started the debate of not giving us the water from the northern part of the state.
Yeah, they just really trying to drive they're trying to control the population into they're trying to do different migration patterns is what I'm trying to say. So they're trying to get people out of Cali.
Exactly. And something came to my mind today, and it's probably going to be part of our theme today. The lithium battery. Mm-hmm. I wanted to look up exactly what kind of things it throws into the atmosphere, to keep their little system running. It has to have some kind of frequency it throws off.
Yeah, I don't know, but that is a good question on what gases it produce. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I said, I need to look that up because it has to have some benefit for their system, their black sun to keep having power.
Yeah.
For the energy from it to power their black sun, because they really pushing hard on this climate change so they can implement that.
Yeah. And I think these recent gas price spikes is a nudge. I agree. It's a nudge to get everybody with the electric cars because there is still a inventory shortage on 2022s and 2023s, and the reason, they're telling you it's a shortage because of the computer chips that go in the car. So with the supply chain being jacked up, with the gas prices, I was in there like, they're trying to get people to go to these electric cars.
They pushing it really hard, and he's putting up 5,000 stations around the country. Biden is doing that. Was it 500 or 5,000? I think it's 5,000 electrical charging stations around the country. That's what he's pushing to put out there. So anyway, I was
right. They want us to go to electric cars, but yet with these rising temperatures,
burn up in that thing.
You can't keep electricity running. Make it make sense.
And they won't have the charging stations running with the electricity.
Right. So I'm going to be in the hot house. And plus, my damn car ain't going to run for me to go nowhere to go cool off.
I know it.
Y'all better keep y'all a car that runs on gas.
Yeah, I don't think they're selling very much. They in California. I think they're really cheap, the electric cars right now, because people don't want them.
Right. Well, number one, they're expensive.
Yeah, but I mean that right now the prices.
Well, for you all, they're cheap, but everywhere else, they're still relatively expensive.
But agreeing to that, that's agreeing to that is agreeing to more terraforming.
I agree. Yeah, now that we know what those lithium batteries are made of, I'm like, this isn't green. Mm-mm. It's just not. That's just the bottom line.
Right, it's not.
So I agree.
Time to get that light body to start flying.
Right. We don't want it, Nisi Poo, because it's not green. Them lithium batteries run off of the ancient tree roots. No. They're literally digging in the earth around the world to get to get the lithium.
Yeah, like Ukraine. They're in Ukraine trying to fight for that stuff.
And they're trying to sit up and convince us that's the best technology they could come up with the next set of generations of cars. No, I'm not buying that.
Coal mines are
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
coal mines are ancient trees too.
Yeah, they are. The coal is.
Mm.
Right. So literally, what's the difference?
Like Roof Da Indigo, it's a deal with China. Biden's cut deals with these people.
Bottom line, fam, the planet. Yeah, I told y'all Tesla stock was gonna plummet. I told y'all, and the reason it's plummeting is because it was way overvalued. I heard that 6 months ago, and the profitability isn't there. He's over leveraged. It'll eventually even out, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But in his defense, everything is down at the moment.
You also our robot. They gonna wind up giving shit to people to make
Right.
sure that you have it.
Right. I agree. I got something on the robots for y'all tonight too, as a follow-up.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I got something. Y'all know I be minding my business and stuff come across my feed because I kind of detach. I'm real light on social media on the weekends. I don't know how people do it. Hats off to you all. I guess that's a split in generations. Because I need my weekends just to clear my mind so I don't be on social media like that. So that's my time to get caught up on my research and all of that. So yeah, I got a few little follow-ups for you all tonight based on just stuff that was coming across my feed based on my movie selection. Indigenous, hey, says they use Tesla to beta test the roads using us for autonomous vehicles. Oh yeah, Google and Waze's. Yeah, because I was in Atlanta one day, driving. I was downtown and I saw the Google car. And I'm like, oh, that's that Google car that, that drives around and maps stuff out. So, yeah. Yeah, you talking about Tesla stock? Yep. But I had heard that, though, Nisi Poo 6 months ago. Folks was like, do not get that stock. Do not get it. It's getting ready to go on sale. Yep. I heard that 6 months ago and they gave the reasons why. I'm like, well, yeah, that makes sense. But, as I said in that podcast drop I did, all you have to do is watch when these billionaires, when they start selling stock. When they start selling, if you got it, that's when you need to start selling. And that's when you don't need to be buying. Because they have to disclose, via the SEC rules when they sell. So when you see them selling, you already know what time it is. And Tesla, he messy boots. Elon, rather, he messy boots. So he always on there telling his business, and he manipulates the market. Let's be clear. He was clearly manipulating crypto big time. So you could kind of pick up what he does, what Gates do, what Warren Buffett does. And those are just a few. If you watch how they move, you could pretty much predict what's going to go on. So
watch how Pelosi move.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pelosi.
Oh, she be selling like that too?
Yeah, she in on that.
Oh, well, ain't she from that banking family though?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But the market ain't rigged. It ain't rigged though. Because they sure be knowing how to sell.
It's fraudulent.
It's very much so. It's fraudulent because the regular populace keeps getting fleeced because they go with the crowd. So whatever's popular, when something is high, that's when you want to buy, when you're supposed to be doing the opposite. And it just kills me when people be fleecing these young investors out of their money and they don't know what they're doing as well. And I'm specifically talking about that crypto stuff. I cannot tell you how many people talk shit and I have seen them lose their ass. And this is just another time. So what? Bitcoin went from 68,000 per coin to what's it down to today? Shit, it's down. I know it's down hella low. Yeah, let me see. What is the price of Bitcoin today? It's down hella low. What is it today?
Stock exchange?
It's low, yeah. I can't. Damn it.
You know, talk about
22.
the stock exchange?
22. So it dropped 67%. Okay, but you have people out here fleecing people. It's down to 20,000. God damn. But you have people out here fleecing people, telling people to buy at 68,000. And I'm like, what? And people was talking cash shit. And that's just on that one. That ain't including the other coins where people were buying at high. And it's okay if you're going to do that, if you're going to hold and you're not, using any money that you can be using for something else, or you're neglecting your regular finances. You have people out talking cold, hard shit because they listening to somebody else that just 2 days ago learned about it and they're losing their ass.
Did you know I knew that Bitcoin was going to be down in December of last year?
Yeah, we all know 68,000 per coin based on fucking what?
It's a piece of metal.
It ain't even a piece of metal.
Really?
It's not. It's based on. It started out being based on the technology. Now it's just based on people want to make money off of it.
Oh yeah, reputation.
But 68 a coin is ridiculous, and people was talking all that shit. It's gonna go to 100. Oh, okay. So I ain't trying to tell nobody what to do. This ain't financial advice. None of that. I'm just telling you, watch the patterns, and you need to research shit on your own.
Yeah.
Research it on your own. That's your hard-earned money that you're investing. You got to take them L's.
You can't cash out either.
Well, yeah, because now things are getting so tight. I heard that some of these exchanges aren't allowing folks to cash out. And I think Coinbase is starting to lay off. So we're literally, hey, peace and love, Brother Odel. We're in a recession. There's no getting around it, and it's a planned recession at that. So do what you feel is best for you. I'm just saying, in my opinion, the shit is rigged. Because all you have to do is watch them big players, how they start selling off, and then give it 6 months to a year later, stuff starts crashing. Now they done made they change, and all they gonna do when it crash is go and buy it for pennies on the dollar, and start the cycle all over again. But yet the populists keep doing the opposite. Okay, so it's that herd mentality that keeps getting people in trouble.
They bet on that too.
Yeah, and the one guy, Michael, is it Burris? I think it's Burris. The guy that predicted the 2008 stock market crash. And it's not like he predicted it. He looked at the damn data. Mm-hmm. He said that, this next crash is going to be bigger than the last one. And that includes the housing market. And so he's been saying it just like he did in 2008. He's been saying it for a couple years now, and people, same behavior. That's why I'm like, this damn feels like the Matrix for real, because people act like they don't remember what the hell happened just a few years ago. And they talked crap about him then. Now, mind you, he made billions and billions betting against the market. Billions betting against the market. And we're right at this point again. And now everybody's starting to bring his name back up. And I'm sure he's cleaning up again. So it's all a Ponzi scheme at the end of the day. We done already gave you the receipts behind how all of this stuff moves, how the currency moves, the reason why it moves from a spiritual perspective, and who ultimately gets the payout. Okay, so just be aware, fam. You see where they're running these simulated tests on food. You see where they're running the simulated test on things like electricity and essential needs. So you better get prepared, and you better get prepared very quick. You need to stay prepared. Yes, ma'am.
I was in Smart and Final. I don't know if you have that. It's a store. And there was lack of different things on the shelf. And I asked the manager when she was packing my groceries, she came to the check stand. And I said, are you guys having trouble with food shortages? And she said, well, no, not yet. This is better than it was before. I said, better than it was before. The shelves were stacked the week before I went in there. But she said it's the supply of it to get the trucks in. That's what it is that they have trouble with.
What did she mean by get the trucks in?
She was supposed to get a delivery, and it didn't show up. And
that's the supply chain then, right?
It's the supply chain.
Yeah.
And guess who's doing that? Allegedly.
Right. Who?
Biden. He's the one who got this backed up in China. They cut off them tariffs with China, and China, owns most of the ports.
Yeah, they do own the ports. And just to add on to what you're saying, because somebody, and you can go look at it on YouTube, did something about the backup on the ports.
Yeah, it was a lot.
First, I heard one of the news people went to the ports, the big one out there by you, sis.
Yeah, Long Beach?
Yeah, Long Beach. That's where they was doing a little interview at. And back then they were saying it's because they didn't have enough truckers. That's what they were saying then. Now, because Long Beach was saying they were showing all of the not carts. What you call the shipping containers? Yeah, the containers. Yeah, they were showing them sitting on the ports on the ground, and then they showed them out on the sea, waiting to come in.
Yeah.
So according to him, it was because they didn't have enough truckers. And so I found it interesting that they had slid in this particular thing. That's why we need self-driving trucks. I knew y'all was gonna slip that in.
Well,
But, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
This longshoreman was the issue. They had kind of like laid him off or something.
So not enough for the port people to navigate the stuff. But I thought most of that was robotic anyway.
No, there's people working there.
Yeah, but they okay. So somebody is lying because now the truckers, and I should have saved that man's YouTube channel. He was saying that now they're not paying the truckers enough money for their loads. So I'm like, okay, somebody is lying, damn it. Is it a shortage on truckers or not? Yeah, I'm smelling fuckery. Somebody is lying. Huh?
I heard it was a shortage on the truckers too.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And that's what they've been saying countrywide. But I heard a trucker, he got his little YouTube channel.
Yeah, I heard him too.
And actually, he was the second trucker I heard say that. And he was like, don't let them fool you. What they were paying you for loads, he said 6 months or a year ago, you're not getting that type of money now for the load. So it's some fuckery going on with that supply chain. And I say it's purposely.
Yeah, they didn't want the truckers to work.
The truckers didn't want to take the jab.
The jab, exactly.
Oh.
And you can't work without the jab, they were telling them.
Yeah, because didn't they have that protest by the Canadian border or something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, Indigenous up in here dropping the tea. They have truckers picking up empty loads.
A lot of that
so nope, Indigenous American, you're confirming because that's what the trucker said. He said that the loads, that the pay has been cut. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Because they saying it's a shortage. So how is you cutting the pay?
They didn't want him to do it.
A lot of that stuff is bad too. You got to check the dates when you go in these stores because those
stuff been sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Ciao. So the supply chain is still all jacked up. And that was on purpose too.
Yeah.
That's just the bottom line. All of that's on purpose. So get prepared because all of that's going to be an excuse on why this big recession is coming into play. Because make no mistake about it, we're already in a recession.
Oh, yeah. They just don't want to say it.
Yeah, exactly. We're already in a recession. So get ready for the fall for the shoe to drop. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that. All right. Okay, so thanks, sis. So, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, bro,
Hey.
in Texas, they took children to a strip club.
Oh, good. I heard that.
Wait a minute.
Good gravy. Yeah.
It's always some damn drama. Now, what now?
They took children to an LGBT strip club. Had the dancers perform for them and everything.
What part of Texas was this?
Around Houston, I believe, but I'm not sure.
I didn't know where it was. I heard about it.
It's just the fact that they pushing this agenda so hard.
Mm.
You can't say what a woman is. You can't say what a man is.
Non-binary.
Yet and still, that's how majority of us got here. But
did you hear they were? Did you hear they were having the kids give they took them to a queer bar? Did you hear that they were having the kids give them tips?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about the strip club. That's what that was, a strip club. Children.
Who is they though? Who coordinated for babies to go to strip clubs? And I don't care if it was a straight strip club. It's inappropriate, period. But who organized this trip?
I can't remember who organized it. When I find it, I would send it to you. It's just the fact that they're going after the children.
Yeah, big time.
So hard. I don't care who consenting adults.
Right, that's your business. I don't care.
But sex shouldn't be being talked about to children.
Period. It should come from their parents.
Their parents were the ones that was there.
Well, there you have it.
The parents, they were sitting with their parents. The parents were
there you have it. I mean, so that's why I wanted to know who organized the trip.
Yep.
There you have it.
I just don't get why the children have to be a part of any of this bullshit.
I agree. It's just sexualizing these babies, period.
But the thing is, we've accepted it to a certain extent. They made it perfectly clear that they were coming after the children. Now, if adults want to do what they want to do, they've always had the right to do that. It's just forcing this bullshit on everybody. That's fuckery to the utmost. When do we really start to protect the children? Why do they have to exist in a world like this? Why aren't we fighting for the children? We do more fighting, and we're mainly just arguing over what we're called than we do about what's happening
to the babies.
Yeah, so babies are being used to just disgusting.
I mean, all this stuff that we claim that we're trying to reclaim. Who we reclaiming it for if all the children go be fucked up?
Exactly. And it's across the board. And not only if we want to look at that particular aspect, we have to also keep it real about the pimp hoe culture in the melanated community too. We have to, it's across the board. It's over sexualization.
Considering that it's melanated beings behind everything.
True that.
There was never an exclusion of that. That's the main faction that I'm talking to.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because if we're the creators, the originators, everybody else just following suit what we do.
I agree.
No matter how low we go, other cultures emulate everything.
That is true. That's true.
We want the world to allegedly and supposedly be a better place, but we won't be that example.
I 1000% agree. And it's been gearing up to this point for quite some time. I know, Sis Sandra, you saw it. Y'all generation thought our generation was out of control. Brother Sean, you and I being in our generation, we know exactly when that strip club culture, we know when it started.
Mm-hmm.
We was there. And those that said something about it, me, oh, you just being approved, this, that, and the I'm like, how's this fucking acceptable?
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. We literally sat back and allowed the culture to decline. We allowed the images, the media, the music to go around the world to say, this is what melanated people are about.
Yep.
We literally set up and allowed that shit.
Mm.
And don't tell me we didn't allow it. The record exec set it up. Yeah, we know that. But who was buying it and who was shaking their ass in the club to it? So now we're at the next step of the game. And now some people in my generation, a lot of people in my generation, now y'all want to be all upset on Lil Nas. And although I called him out on his shit as well, but I'm like, but you can't call one out and not call the other out. Because it's all degeneracy at the end of the day.
I think it really kind of picked up here lately when they had that shooting, I think in Florida, where they generated the sympathy of the people for those people who do that kind of stuff, have those drag things and parties and stuff. And I think it was really a false flag, because one guy was supposed to be shot and his friends was carrying him down the street. And then when the camera wasn't rolling, he got down and started walking.
Wait a minute. What event are you talking about? I'm confused.
There was a nightclub in Florida about a couple of years ago.
Okay, but what they got? When it was the gay nightclub.
Yeah, and
okay, I'm with you.
They generated a lot of sympathy.
Oh, I feel you. Okay, I was trying to see where you're lying. I'm like, what that got to do with it? I see where you're. I got you, sis.
They generated
again. This shit is simple. I ain't got it to do with people that want to play these games, that if you speak out against something, you against somebody with their sexuality. I'm not trying to hear that. I'm not for the fuckery. Nobody gets a pass.
Mm-mm.
Not on my platform. You don't get a pass. I don't care who you love, who you hugged up with. That's your business.
Yes, your business.
I have no problem with that. I don't think of you any different. None of that. Right is right. When it's regarding these babies, I don't give a damn about what community you're in.
Right.
It's not right to sexualize these babies.
And Biden just signed an executive order preventing diversion treatments and allowing the LBG, whatever they call LBT, whatever LBTG, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. To have their, way, and we're not supposed to do anything against them or whatever he signed it to say. I haven't read it, but he signed it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. To be honest, I don't keep up with that. That's
kinda
not
like
my concern. I'm going to be honest. That's not my concern. My concern are the over sexualization of children,
the children.
whether or not it's gay, lesbian, or straight. It's wrong.
But that conversion is part of that. That conversion therapy.
I don't know
That's
what that is.
Well, it's trying to let 5-year-olders or 2-year-olders decide if they want to be a boy or a girl.
Well, shame on their fucking parents.
Yeah, that's part of it too. That's why.
No, it's not part.
I mean,
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is. And see, what they not finna do with me is overcomplicate the shit. Children are supposed to be protected. I don't give a damn what any of these adults say. Children are supposed to be protected. That is the sole responsibility of the parents. And folks been very, very comfy not doing their job as parents. So this just didn't start with the gay and lesbian stuff.
No.
It's been going on for quite some time where children are not being protected.
Child porn. Pedophiles, that kind of stuff.
So I just don't have it to give with people in this fuckery. Everybody want to sit up and play crazy and play fake fucking outrage. Because that's exactly what people do. They play fake fucking outrage. Because if as soon as it's somebody that you like twerking your ass to, or that you feel is fine enough, you feel is rich enough, you feel and contributed XYZ to this supposed and alleged culture, which is fucked up, it's trash, then here comes the justification. Because everybody want to play like they don't know right from wrong, what their responsibilities are as a parent.
Get that at the door.
They getting away with the shit because you allowing them to get away with the shit. They blasting the shit on the air and playing the videos because somebody twerking to it and buying the bullshit and going to the concerts.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have it to give. Yes, sir.
Remember for a while, they had started replacing all the sisters in videos with the pale Latinas.
Yeah. Yeah, we was there for that too. Yeah, yeah, we was there for that. Yeah.
And sisters had the nerves to be upset about somebody else being sexually exploited because they started using the Latinas when sisters allegedly and supposedly started coming into their queendom. And you had the sisters kicking the positive rap and this, that, and the other. It was at a point of consciousness. And then they argued to be degraded again. I just didn't get that even back then.
Yeah, because the culture is trash. That's why. This supposed and alleged culture that everybody want folks to protect and uphold don't want to admit that the shit is straight up trash.
Yeah.
Because it has not been about protecting the right thing for quite some time. It's trash. from the music to the movies, on down to the way people live their lives, the way people treat each other, the way people love each other. The shit is trash. And people don't want to admit it.
I keep complaining about currently AT&T where they showing all these chicks almost naked. I'm like, it's soon gonna be porn.
It's already porn, soon to be.
Yeah, they might as well
have you tried watching videos? They come out worse and worse. I'm like, I can't even get through this shit. And they ain't even trying to go around the word. I mean, wet ass pee. And I can't even get through them videos. It's bad. It's already porn.
Yeah, I mean.
It's straight trash.
And you can see it was coming when the actresses, Brother Sean, as you talking about the dances, started getting a little bolder and a little bolder with their dresses. And they had one at the Academy Awards, I guess it was, and she had her booty out.
Child, they didn't went to the awards with they whole hoo-ha out.
I know. I saw that too.
You playing with?
I saw that too.
Literally,
said, oh
we can
God.
tell you when it. We can tell you when it changed.
Yeah.
I saw when it changed.
Remember, everybody started leaking sex tapes.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, when did being a whore? When did being a whore become acceptable? And bitches a whole ass press conference. And I'm like, bitch, you do know that the world has seen you on tape doing what you doing. God damn it, you just gonna come in this press conference, no mask on, no motherfucking screen, hide your shit, voice the sky. You don't give a fuck, huh? That's what you telling us. Because being a whore is acceptable.
Yeah. It was.
It's trash. The culture is trash. It's straight trash. And people don't want to admit it. And everybody want to run around here talking about save the culture. What fucking culture? This trash ass shit? So if you're on that low of a level, do you think people are giving a damn about these babies? They're not.
No.
They're literally not. Over the last little holiday, my cousin, he's a hot mess, y'all. So he invited us over there, the party house. So my sister and I was like, we're like, okay, first of all, we're going to be in and out of there because we know he's going to have a bunch of people over there, this, that, and the third. That's his life. That's his business. We pulls up. Blast, first of all, his house looked like a motherfucking trap house. Looked straight like a trap house. Pull up, music blaring, kiss to this, lick to this, suck to that. I said, oh shit here. My sister just started rolling. I said, I'm not for this. I'm not for it. So we had to walk through all these people sitting on the porch, getting fucked up. Now, kiss to this, lick to that, suck to that, all playing. Babies running around. So we walks in the house. House looked like a fucking trap house. Big ass aquarium, no fish in the tank. No rug on the floor. Just looked like, okay, here's enough, bitch, for you maybe to sit down, because I really don't want you to sit down. I want you to stand up. Trap housing look, but this is where he really lived. And my cousin ain't young. This ain't one of the youngins. So I'm waiting on his ass and steam coming out my motherfucking collar just to say hi so I can be in and be out. So he comes out the back room And, you know, his little friends are still in the room. I said, first of all, you 100 and motherfucking 7, still living like you 20. Said, nigga, put the coke up, put the perks up, put the syrup up. If you trying to invite grown folks over to this motherfucker, turn this shit off. You got babies out here. I'm not the one. You too fucking old to be living like this, and then you want to throw a motherfucking get together with babies. Oh, cuz, blah, blah, blah. No, fuck all of that. This shit is straight trash. Now, mind you, this ain't my young cousin. So how can we expect these babies to do any different when the adults, they're fucking trash? This shit is unacceptable. So I'm not gonna be sitting up here pretending with motherfuckers like, oh, let's be concerned about the children. Let's be concerned when you twerking, snorting, doing whatever the fuck in front of these babies. No, it's not acceptable. We know we have these adults that have just haven't grown up, still getting fucked up, still setting fucked up examples for these babies. So you expect them to do what? No. I'm not the one to be played with. Y'all can sit up here and keep lying to each other, acting like you motherfucking innocent. But I see you. Our little motherfucking dog was uncomfortable. She and her fucking sundress. I'm like, hurry the fuck up, sis. Get this motherfucking regular ass plate so we can bounce. I'm out of here. And not even the fact that he living like trap house living, but nigga, you done had a whole ass cookout with little babies and all, toddlers running around, arm babies, and kiss to this, lick to that, and y'all getting fucked up. How you know what we doing? Nigga, don't play with me. I'll slice your throat. Don't play with me. It's not acceptable. So ain't no need in us sitting around here talking about some they. You're full of shit. No, you, nigga. You out here living foul. And then when these babies turn around and tell you fuck you and the horse that you rode on, you want to be appalled and clutch your fucking pearls. Really? Really? Oh, okay then. These children are not stupid. We weren't stupid when we were growing up. We knew every dope head in the family. We knew who was selling pussy, all that. So who you think you're playing with? You're not playing with these babies. It's trash. This so-called community and culture that y'all running around here claiming that you're so concerned about is fucking trash.
There it is.
You have to clean it up. It starts in your house, in your home. So I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead on. Go ahead on.
Caveman style. I think they're going back to the caves for some. You know, when they have the
child, that's them. Like I done told them, nigga, I got a boudet. I don't live trap house style. None of that. I don't want to fucking be bothered with that. No.
I mean, going, oh my God. I'm too old for this.
Yeah. Girl, steam was coming out my motherfucking collar, and I'm so glad I didn't have my sundress on, because I promise you I wouldn't have stepped in that bitch.
Ooh, it's tap on the nerves.
Like I said, the dog was even looking at us like, I know you bitches crazy. I'm a suburban dog. And you see me in my little sundress. She was clutching her little doggy pearls. Get the fuck out of here.
Well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyhow, go ahead on. Shit. Can't even enjoy yourself. You want something to drink? No. Want something to eat? Hell no.
That's an LSD kind of stuff. You don't want to walk in there and drink some of that stuff. And you know, I heard that stuff. They're going to start doing that stuff, LSD stuff again. You know, because, you know, at parties back in the day, when you go to a party, you have to be careful because they spiked it with LSD.
Child, look, that's their business. Look, if you want to get fucked up in the comfort of your home, that's your business. But don't be doing that with the presence of them children. I'm sorry.
No, that's wrong.
And don't think that because you in your room getting fucked up that them babies don't know you getting fucked up.
Yeah.
Just trash. For no reason.
It's bad.
I ain't getting juiced around folks like that. Because the first time somebody roll up on me, then I'm going in my purse. Like, motherfucker, don't let this bag fool you. Don't let that motherfucking truck fool you. Don't let that corporate fool you. I'm going to go in my motherfucking bag and it's going to be popping and you going to see me on the local news. So I got to have all my capacities together when I lay some lead in your ass. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean.
Hasn't it been said that the source or the prime creator is unnameable?
Yeah.
Then if we are that source, why are we so caught up into being labeled? Is that really of us? I mean, take for instance, inoperable, ineffective, in meaning out or without.
Mm-hmm.
Same people gave us the term indigenous, Indian. There are words that applies to indigenous or DN. We keep trapping ourselves with this language. We're too worried about casting spells with words than elevating our energy and our frequencies. If all of these labels and names have to deal with third dimensional Earth, how does that serve us as ascended beings? I'm just wondering, because somehow we keep falling into these traps. We keep agreeing to shit that keep us trapped. If it's all by consent, and we're allegedly and supposedly at a time where anyone can self-identify. This whole movement with having to address people as pronouns and man and woman not existing anymore. Yet you have men trying to claim to be a woman, but a woman doesn't exist according to them. It's just this whole name game and identifying yourself instead of being.
Just being.
Through all this labels, you have your division because according to their scripts, depending upon which label you have a certain history, a certain present, and a certain future as scripted for those characters. If we must be characters, why ain't we writing the scripts?
Right, that part.
I mean, I understand we came here for the experience. At one point, this was a paradise for us.
Right.
We let it get hijacked.
Exactly.
When do we decide we want our shit back the way we want it?
Exactly.
Not still following somebody else's script. I'm still trying to figure out why we keep regurgitating all this old bullshit, because all that is giving energy to it. Why ain't we just burnt that shit and just started doing something totally fucking different?
Right.
What's to stop us? We the ones keeping this bullshit afloat.
Yep.
If we just take our energy and decide we gonna do what the fuck we wanna do, who or what can stop us?
Right.
Right.
Agreed.
But we're the ones responsible for shit not getting done.
Yes.
We can't point a finger at it, not one other motherfucker.
Not nary.
Inky, none of them, because Inky and them ain't around doing the goddamn thing right now.
Right.
And we keep this shit going.
Yep.
I'm
Agreed. I agree.
We could turn all this shit around tomorrow.
Absolutely. 1000% agree. I agree.
But you have, I just don't understand why you want something from somebody who doesn't have anything to give you.
To give you in the first place.
Where they gonna get the reparations from? What they gonna give you? What are they going to give you that you don't already have?
Exactly.
Oh.
You at home. It's just other motherfuckers in your house. When you gonna kick them out your motherfucking house?
First, clean up your shit first. Let's start by cleaning up your shit.
Oh yeah.
Because it looks like a trap house. Start by cleaning it up.
Oh yeah, but you got to get them other motherfuckers out that's helping to dirty it up.
I agree. That part too.
But either way, we have to be about our motherfucking business.
Exactly.
We keep talking about what another motherfucker doing. Oh, they doing this, they doing that. And all we doing is reacting to it and talking about what another motherfucker doing.
Exactly.
They doing shit and we still just talking about what another motherfucker doing.
Yep.
I digress.
I agree. Let me go.
I wanna put a caveat on that.
Let me give him his explosion. This damn thing that now when I don't want it to explode. Damn you thing. Very good, Brother Sean. Okay, go ahead, sis.
So I heard, speaking of reparations, that our nuisance here in California is planning on giving reparations to the Black folks.
Yeah, I think Niecy Pooh went over that. Sis, I think when you was out with surgery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Niecy Pooh went over that, pulled the article and everything, and we was like, how broke ass Cali finna do anything?
Well, you know, that means you give up the fact that you belong here, right? So that means that China can move you right off your land. I just saw it myself. I guess it was gone.
Yeah, it's been a couple of months ago because I think Niecy Pooh did a drop on it. I think LTC did a drop on it. And, you know, they were like, with what money?
Well, yeah, because California is broke now.
Right. They can't pay their bills now.
So if it keeps coming up, that means it's going to be something they're going to do. Because if she had it 2 months ago.
Oh, Niecy Pooh said that ain't what the bill is talking about.
Well, that's what it said on the, I don't know, I haven't read the bill, but that's what it said that he was talking about. I just read it yesterday, I think it was.
Yeah, I remember that was whenever you went out for surgery, I know that topic came up.
That was last month.
Oh, she said it's a study. She said she pulled the bill up. It's a study and hasn't even been passed.
No, it hasn't been passed.
Yeah.
It was out there yesterday. They were talking about it again.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I said, ooh, well, you ain't giving it to me. Because, you know, I'm not going to tell you I wasn't born here.
Right.
Know? And that's basically what you're going to be telling them.
Right. Right. Okay, so I see you, Deep H2O. So I have Brother 832 in the queue. I need to let Son Scotty get his go ahead on with the fuckery. So I see you. But I can't jump the line. So, Son Scotty, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Yeah, just a little bit, because it was interesting how y'all had started off on the weather and then ended up to where we ended up and talking about the sports and stuff, because it's just like, and this culture that we in, it's the like social engineering of it all.
Yeah.
And you know, like with the weather, you know, they definitely releasing stuff when they letting that sun come out, because I'ma line it up. When they letting the sun come out and they doing these sports events, and you know that black sun radiation is really activating, and at the same time in the media, they releasing these codes and these programming. So not only on the biological side is they programming you on that psyche, like on that, giving you that information through your portal, like inside. Because I don't really watch sports like that, but like I keep up with stuff from the periphery and kind of like see the puzzle piece of how things all go together. Because the last time I realized, I mean, it's been a lot of times where the weather got really hot in California, but the time where it seemed orchestrated across the whole nation was when it was the Super Bowl. And we talked about that and everything. And then right now, it's hot as fuck in LA. I'm seeing different people in different states talking about, it's hot as fuck, it's hot as fuck. My family in Georgia, my family in Baltimore, it's hot as fuck, it's hot as fuck. And then I'm like, oh, my friends is watching the NBA Finals. So I'm like, you know.
I got you. Great call.
Yeah, because it's like multi-rituals on multi-rituals. So the social engineering, the using the bioengineering, and like using sports, how Sis Sandra was talking about like LeBron and all that, like the sports is like a way, is the main way that you build that like American morale, and you can manufacture consent through that way, like through these big sporting events, you put these symbols out here, you bring out the sun, you make it hot as fuck, you make it, you know, you give the people the experience in the biodome to get the results that you want. So you programming them on all these different ways. So I was like, yo, why? And why is it just getting hot as fuck every time it's like these big sporting events?
That's a very good observation.
Type shit. And it's the social engineering of it all. And
the cipher energy.
Cipher energy, and it's the experiment on the people in the dome, because we talk about the black sun and the radiation refracting off of the dome and coming back, like, but we are in this bitch, so it's definitely doing stuff to us when they activate in that.
Exactly. And I don't know about y'all. I'm so glad you brought that up. That's an excellent point. You can also gauge the homicide rates.
All right.
Once that temperature starts rising,
people get crazy.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. And we in this little like experiment, and they use, this goes back. We know we done studied Rome and Greece and all this type of stuff in the Colosseum, the sporting event.
Right.
Like, manufacturing morale, you getting everybody on the same note, and how we was talking about technology and automation, you know, being rolled out on different formats, but they introduced it through the car. And, you know, the Americans, you know, people around the world, you know, we'll give it a pass if we like, oh, I don't know about AI, but if it's in a motherfucking car, you give it consent. Because they already manufactured a whole mythology around the car. And, you know, how it is the industrialization, and, you know, everybody can get behind, you know, needing a motherfucking car. So, like, why not slip it in that way? And then, so then we were talking about, you know, this culture. And this culture is also a part of the social engineering. These titles, bro, Sean talking about, is part of that social engineering. We talk about this culture that we have that is so fucking sick. It's a fetish of trauma. It's a fetish of exploitation. It's a fetish of doctrine. And so when we looking at so-called blacks, Americans, so-called black African American and shit, this disgusting fucking culture is that. We have accepted these titles and this so-called culture. This is not what we have created. This comes down from corporations and from the absorbing of the doctrine, the absorbing of this social engineering. You is what a black African American gonna look like if you let your family just fall to waste. You let them be raised by a fucking basketball player or a rapper. You let your daughters go to the strip club, no matter if they gay, straight, lesbian, trans, or whatever.
Exactly.
All kids is off fucking limits, and they're gonna use anything by any means necessary to attack that at all levels, because the shit, nothing is off limits for them.
No,
and
nothing.
So if they can manufacture you to consent, all this low bullshit, that you don't, like Brother Sean saying, so many titles and identities, you don't know what a fucking child is. This is why people motherfucking letting this shit go by.
Ooh. That's a great
Motherfuckers
point.
do not know what having children and being innocent and all that. They let the shit, you talking about the parties. How many of us can like know situations, however you know it, through family, through friends, where it's like a full ass getting fucked up party. The music is talking about fuck this, kill this, throw up, sign that. And all kids is there running in and out, absorbing all of that, seeing all that. We think these fucking children are dumb or don't pick this up and cannot see and are not these intelligent beings that we say they are supposed to be. On one hand, we saying they this, and on another hand, we just dumbing them down like they are not here existing, seeing us and looking at us as examples.
Exactly.
And if they looking at us and seeing us just follow the motherfucking doctrine and social engineering, then they just got another generation on board with the shit.
Agreed.
I agree.
And then to wrap it all up, we always come back to it being melanated people behind this. So on both sides, we cannot give no passes to ourselves individually, personally, with our families. And then also, you know, when we talk about this history and what this social engineering is and who has the really hand of power, like we look at these sporting events, who we talking about? LeBron, and we talking about who performing at and that's another thing, the media and the entertainment of it all. You know, like I said earlier, I'm on the periphery looking at everything, the sports, the entertainment, the news, the history, and, you know, certain Black people in the media, these African Americans, these, you know, LeBrons, they come out at certain times.
Right.
And, you know, motherfucking Beyonce done dropped. She got a chokehold on all the children. Like, and, you know, you got to pay attention to these things because they are very much orchestrated, like we all know, but some of us do not know. And we cannot see the script. We just watching the movie. We just watching the show. We watching the news and don't know it's a show and don't know it's a script. We are looking at this world around us and do not see the scripts playing out.
Right.
How people have ingested the script of doctrine, this fucking script of trauma. And, you know, they want you to be the Black African American descendant of slaves. That's why our culture is so fucking sick, because that's the spell. That's the egregor. That's the portal that they have created for us in this realm to go into.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be another identity and another label and another shit you can strap onto yourself as a spell that's going to have you entrapped in some bullshit, to reincarnate in some bullshit.
Agreed.
So that was my go ahead on with the fuckery.
No, that was good.
You did it good.
And I just wanted to wrap it all up because I was like,
yeah,
yes,
you summarized that shit very well. You went down and gathered everybody. And I was here for it.
Yeah,
so very good. So let me bring on Brother 832. Then we're gonna bring on because Brother Odell's in the house, and then we're going to bring on Deep H2O. So I'm getting there, y'all. Okay, so Brother 832, let me bring you on.
Me too. Haven't been around.
I think you're...
Brother! Sandra!
Hey, bruh.
My sisters from other misters. Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And going around in Indian Town and on the circle and around the rings of Scotty Saturn, Young Blood. What up, though?
What up, bro? 832, long time.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to have a fuckery report, because anything you report is fuckery.
Yeah, it is pretty much. Ain't it? Shit.
Should I even comment on this January 6th debacle? Can I? Just put this
Child, I'm putting a fresh thing of stuff on my lips. Go ahead.
Okay, well, this is what is amusing to me when I'm looking at all of these talking heads, and I don't care what the channel is. Now, what was ironic, did you see? I forgot who showed it. It's like, you remember Hollywood Squares back in the day?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, imagine this is on a screen, so we got 9 squares, okay? In the 4 corners, ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS. Up, down, left, right, I don't care which way you want to go. Say up is CNN, MSNBC is down. And to the left, you got BBC. And to the right, you got Bloomberg TV. But in the middle, Fox News was not showing none of this shit. Did y'all see that?
What?
I forgot.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
that's
didn't show it.
interesting. Fox
Display.
went for the foolishness, huh?
No, they were mad. They were mad.
They showed them how, in a panorama of like if you had a wide screen and you had all these different channels on those certain selections that I said, but at the same time, in the middle, Fox News refused to broadcast the hearing.
Wow.
Live. I don't know if you saw that. I forgot who it was. I might have been watching. You know how on the Sunday shows, if you see, reliable sources with the bald head, wannabe Mr. Brian Stelter, or Howie, if you know Howie Kurtz on Fox News, he does his media version type thing. But anyway, when they're doing their analysis of the mainstream media at large. So I want to just put that visual in your head for a moment. Secondly, no matter which one that you pick, that's 8-1 now. So Fox in the middle, he's the only one. They're the only one not doing it.
Right.
Broadcasting wall to wall. And every time we see the mainstream media do shit like this, they do it on, what did Scotty just say? It's a version of propagandizing. Okay?
Yeah.
When you can see all of this shit, the exact same thing. And if you notice every night, if you've never paid attention to it, every night on the news, on the network, quote unquote, ABC, CBS, NBC, they start with the same, at least 2-3 stories the same way every night.
Yeah.
That's not collusion, right? Okay, so now here's my point about showing those examples. And the quote unquote, now it's being reported on, the attempted coup of January 6th, 2021. Now, are you familiar with Wilmington, North Carolina? North Kakalaki, 1898? When white supremacists actually killed the elected officials, whether we consider them to be Aborigines, whether we think that we've been told that they were African Americans in 1898. This is after Reconstruction, correct? So at the tail end of going into the 20th century, they killed the elected leadership in Wilmington, North Carolina. Now, just 20 years from that, we jump across into the first 2 decades of the 20th century. You familiar with the Ocoee Massacre? Election Day race massacre, 100 years ago to the day of the 2020 centennial, quote unquote, stop the steal bullshit that we're being led to believe, right? But 100 years prior, because it was melanated Aborigines, they actually stole not just the election, they stole a whole fucking town on election day. Drove out, what, do you know, and I just watched this recently with another brother who was doing his own version of updating this. Do you know there was one surviving Negro male, Rhonda, that the white community raised money to put in a nursing home? Now, think about that for a second. And I don't say this to disrespect my elder indirectly, when I don't have to have a drop of blood go through my veins from that person. But think about what they used to call persons. You remember Green Mile, the movie? Michael Clark Duncan.
Yep.
What did they say about him as a character? Did they say he was touched? What did grandmama, what did Big Mama mean when she said somebody was touched?
They was slow, you mean?
Do we mean on the space, the shit, the bullshit they call on the spectrum? What's on the spectrum today? You hip to that? That's the modern version of it.
Isn't that mean you slow or no?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Special
From
ed.
Big Mama saying he's touched. God help him.
Right. Bless
Only
his
the mother
heart.
can
You got to
love
throw
you.
that bless his heart up in there.
Come on with me.
Touched by angel.
Yeah. He's got a special.
They drove out almost 500 families, burned houses, 2 churches, and a Masonic temple they had to mention in this report.
Okay.
And the Ocoee election race massacre, and I think I've shared with you this before, some of that land, we're talking about between 500 to 1,000 acres minimum. The fucking Minute Maid orange juice factory sits on that bitch.
Oh wow! Today, that's what sits on it. 832.
Well, I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you, brother.
I'm just saying.
I'm with
now,
you.
Is that an attempted coup or the recipe for how you get it? Make it do what it do, baby.
Wow.
That's the recipe that's been repeated,
got
right?
That recipe.
Exactly.
That blueprint.
Right, the blueprint.
I'm supposed to be what with this January 6th shit?
Oh, I feel you on that now.
I'm supposed to be all in awe, catch the vapors on the edge of your seat when I hear the latest cracking. Now, this shit is on literal worldwide 24/7, 500 motherfucking cable channel universe display.
Right.
Every goddamn day. Who has mentioned Wilmington, North Carolina, or Ocoee, Florida? You follow me?
I'm with you.
Now, we have allowed, what is white mob violence anyway? All right. Is that his story or history?
History.
Okay, so they have practiced that shit for centuries on our communities. Displaced us, burn. We already know you see the latest bullshit they pulled with Tulsa? Did you see that, Rhonda?
What's going on?
Big Mama's alive, 107.
Mm-hmm.
Big Mama is still alive.
Okay.
Survivor.
Okay.
Oh, of Tulsa?
Yeah, you didn't see them before the Congress?
Oh, yeah, I heard about
the
stuff
reason
like that.
why I'm bringing these things up, you know of Opal Lee? Mama Opal Lee, who walked to D.C. and motivated big Mr. Uncle Jim Crow Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. to sign federal legislation to give me my nigga holiday, Juneteenth, so I could eat some watermelon and slap the ass and give me some red soda water.
Oh.
Okay. Are you familiar with Mama Opal Lee?
No.
The mother of Juneteenth.
No.
This is what I'm saying, my sister. Not that we're too subscribed to any of this shit.
Right,
okay?
right.
I'm saying, do you not find that interesting, what I am pointing out? This is not CRT, motherfucking critical race theory, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is reality 2022.
Wow.
You know? But whenever these talking head bastards are discussing these things, we are not a consideration. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
We are not a consideration. Now, Sean, you know you were singing to the choir. I was amening my ass off here in the background, okay, while you was preaching hard. You know how I feel about get the fuck up out my house. I don't give a fuck where you came from. Okay? So, no, I can't clean shit. I can't renovate shit.
Right.
When you got infestation, when you got termites,
right,
when you got vermin,
you can't sweep and mop none of that. Right.
No, you tent that motherfucker and exterminate biatches.
Agreed.
Okay. That's when cleaning starts. It starts with cleansing. Now,
agreed.
This town needs an enema. You know where that quote is from?
What movie is that from?
Jack Nicholson, Joker. Batman.
Okay.
This town needs an enema. Okay? Shit is backed up deep. Hello? Mm-hmm. So when you start talking about decrepit ass shit of motherfucking trannies, and yes, I'm in H-Town, Sean. I wasn't embarrassed. When you have these motherfuckers going to the school, having book reading, when we have the most flaming ass community here that gave us the first openly gay mayor who adopted 2 black male daughters.
Did they cut him off?
I ain't cut him off. If they cut him off,
it looked like
they cut him plumb the fuck off. That's on you. You was going in on them people. I'ma unmute you again because I didn't mute you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. So you could keep talking about them people if you want to. keep on fucking with them. Keep right on fucking with them.
It ain't as bad as San Fran and Sister Girl out there on the left coast. Okay. Well, did they not eject the weird DA? What was the, could you give me the real on the ground insight, Sandra, on that recall?
Oh, the DA or
yeah, that's what just happened in the election cycle, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, that guy, the leftist dude, I forget his name, start with a P, I think it is. Yeah. I don't too much know about him, but they called him off. They recalled him.
Yeah. So now you know where they're going from that extreme to, do you see how they bashing Karen Bass, Rhonda? She's in the runoff, isn't she?
As a mayor,
following that.
LA,
okay.
LA.
No, this is, Miss Highfalutin Karen Bass, and I'm somewhat tying this in a different way as Scotty did. This reparations thing that she claimed she running front and center there, like we got our so-called Queen Sheila Jackson Lee out here in the ultimate H-Town 3rd Ward. Now, reparations for what?
Yeah.
To who?
She just running the game.
Okay. When we're really going to start focusing on this, and I think this young generation I've been listening to recently, because they ain't having this shit out the box. Don't care where you quarrel with them about their particular label, FBA and with all this good stuff, B1, Black First, etc. But the fact remains, who is going to be dictating and determining is going to be the beneficiary? You feel me? Now, this fool on this panel, I don't know how close you've been following, Sandra. What is your understanding that they're claiming the reparations is based on by the international standards of the United Nations?
I wasn't paying that much attention. I just saw that they were going to give it to all the Black people.
Immigrants.
Oh.
Immigrants. Rhonda, are you hearing what I'm saying? Immigrants.
Well, that's the way they have to do it, though, right? That we brought us.
You go. Okay. Well, then it's going to backdoor LGBTQIA. Okay. Then it's going to be for who? Who's this first Slav, Rhonda?
You referring to Caucasian people?
Well, okay. Well, who's going to prove they're enslaved then? And you notice what's always amusing to me about this is that people seem to either, ignorant as hell, obviously, understand why reparations is attached to war crimes, right? You do know that. The two most prominent examples are the Japanese,
right,
in internment, and the Jews in concentration camp. What do they have in common?
Internments.
Under what conditions? Warfare.
War.
So are we discussing that we are at war continuously?
Yeah.
Or is slavery a bygone period of temporary secession of, do you get what I'm saying, Rhonda? The secession of hostilities. Have you heard that phrase before?
Yeah, I have.
The secession of hostilities means what?
Stopping the war at the time and
maybe I'm missing something, sisters, brothers.
beating the people down.
When did that happen?
Is
that like with MAGA shit? Make America Great? So when did that happen? Now, I'm just put that aside for a second as far as reparations, okay? Now, what is the legal ramifications of restitution? And by the way, that is part of people seem to really overlook what the definition of it is in the UN supposed definition of these things, of resolving, which, first of all, no one seems to acknowledge we have a problem. Houston, we have a fucking problem. Okay? So what is the ramifications of restitution? This is what Sean was saying. I need to get motherfuckers out of my shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
They tearing up my shit. They're fucking up my children.
So they're
raping
go.
my woman. They're killing off my grandchildren because they're feeding me shit with this, what is it, GMOs, or what's the latest version of that, Rhonda? It's not even this bullshit they call it tag something organic. And they still got some goddamn genetic modification in the shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
GMOs.
Mm-hmm. So please explain. I mean, I'm confused, Rhonda.
Yeah,
how is the restitution the issue and what we're discussing here? Because you have been injured. You have not been corrected.
No.
You're being invaded. You are being violated. There is no comparison to us and our situation. You understand what I'm saying? Even when that's why they try to throw the Japanese shit with the internment. They try to throw the Jewish shit, which, by the way, if you hadn't heard the news on that, motherfucking Finland, Norway, and Sweden are paying reparations to Israel. Did y'all know that?
Mm-mm.
And did you hear just this week they are filing application for the Nazi Ukraine? I'm sorry, excuse me. The Ukraine.
I was just about to say.
That
motherfucking Ukraine will probably get some reparations before
it
a
is
real
not
nigga.
Even a country acknowledged by the United Nations. It has never been laid down.
Right.
It has not been sent on a map, but they are being applied membership to NATO.
Yeah, they are.
So let me ask you this, because you didn't went through
ma'am.
about 195 things. What are you going to do about it?
Again, it's back to, as I was making the example of differentiating restitution versus reparations, okay? It's a very simple statement, as Sean has already said. It sounds like it's very easy to do, but again, you have to start with putting your foot down, put motherfuckers out, reclaim your shit, and clean it up.
And how are you going to do that? How are you going to do that?
I don't give a damn where they come from, or what they call themselves, or where they have landed, from the cosmos to the continents, across the 7 seas, and across the outer cosmos. You ain't got to go home, but you know what to say. You know where the end of this goes. But you damn sure got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. Peace and love, brother. Peace and love. Okay.
Yeah, we remain prisoners of war. So restitution, reparations, whatever they do, they have to change that.
I'm going to ask again. I'm very, very strategic. Very strategic on why I say. How are you going to make them do it?
Yeah, that's the ticket. That's exactly what it's all about.
Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. How are you going to make they do it? How are you going to kick they out? Yep, that's just what I thought. Okay, so let me go on to Deep H2O, and then Brother Odel. I know you know the answer to that, Brother Sean. I know you know the answer because you didn't already said the answer. Let me hold on, Deep H2O. I know Brother Odel's nerves. Baby, I know your nerves. This is bad. Let me let you on. I'm getting to you, Deep H2O. I promise. Peace and love, Brother Odel. I know your nerves was bad. I know you can hold it no more.
I'm desperate.
I know. How are you, brother?
I'm good. We're going to touch base definitely this weekend, Rhonda. I'm going to say this. I'm with Rhonda on this. I'll speak to Rhonda privately. There's something I've had something recent come to me from beyond. But there's only two ways with the energy that's coming down, the divine feminine energy. Either mother gonna shake them off, which is happening anyway, or you're gonna we're gonna have to kick them out. There's only two ways it can be done. If we fight for it back because it was war on land, and we've been covering this. I've been saying this war on land convention. If you kick them off because you got to fight them up because they're fighting you up, and it's a mental battle, it's a battle of consciousness. If you fight them off mentally and you kick them off, period, or Mother Earth gonna shake them off. There's only two ways it's gonna happen.
It's only the two ways.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I respectfully leave the floor and I'll go quiet again.
Okay, no, you stay on. Let me give you your explosion.
Yeah.
Now I don't want to work because you done said what you said. See, I don't appreciate this system. Let me give you your explosion. Exactly. That's all. And I keep bringing that up.
Yeah.
Because I mean what I say. It's not acceptable for us to keep talking, and there's no action. So you're going to keep hearing me say that. What are you going to do about it?
Claim dominion.
So, okay, let me bring on Deep H2O. And then we finna get into the meat of stuff. Okay, I think you there. You there, Brother Deep H2O?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How are you, brother?
All right, I'm doing well. Peace out to you, sis, Sandra,
Peace,
brother Sean, brother Scotty Saturn, and everything you're talking about. You guys talked about so much.
I
so
know.
I can't really get in the way I want to get in, but I want to do a segue.
Mm-hmm.
This Sandra, didn't we talk about reparations the last time? Did I ask a simple question? And you kept asking everybody. You was like, can you answer the question? How do you adjudicate reparations?
Right.
And we couldn't come to a consensus on that. Now, with that being said, I just wanted to throw that out there. We can leave that iron on the fire. I wanted to get way back to what Scotty Saturn was talking about when he was talking about sports. I was fortunate enough, and I say this with trepidation, I was fortunate enough to play a professional sport. So I understand how that works. It's not what people think. It's extremely grimy. It's very political. It's very adversarial. Now, what people get to see is that it's the perfect meritocracy that we have in this country. And I know for all the people that listen to your show, they understand what meritocracy means, but I'm going to break this down. Meritocracy is where you're rewarded based on the merits of your work.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the few industries that's a meritocracy. However, here's the flip side of a professional sport. When you're no longer of any use, just like slavery, they throw you away.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to pass them.
Yep.
In a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm telling you guys what I know. You can, and I wasn't, and don't get me wrong, I was never in the category of making millions of dollars. I was playing a sport that paid me thousands of dollars and getting sponsorships and all of this.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even a sport that was facilitated on the media. However, I was able to make a good living at it.
Okay.
Guess what? After 2 knee surgeries, after a torn Achilles, after a 15% disability in my back,
And then I came back from all that, but I wasn't winning. Guess what they said? Guess what, brother? We done with you.
Terminate
Right.
that
Goodbye.
contract.
Right.
Contract over. Over. Now, the reason I brought that up is what Scotty was interjecting all that in what we talk about is that when you look at these sports arenas and these huge, elaborate exposés of the sports thing, they're all built on ley lines. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. It's a coronation. And when we can get 40, 50, 60, 70, 100,000 people in the same venue, man, we got something going. Now, sis Rhonda, Sandra, Scotty, Sean, this goes back to everything you're talking about. That energy, frequency. Okay? That hertz, that megahertz, that gigahertz.
Right.
Do you know that is more important than what they create on a computer? That's more important. And Brother Odell can chime in on this. The Merkaba, when they do the pilgrimage to where do they do pilgrimage
Mecca,
to?
the Mecca.
The cube. The cube.
It's in Mecca.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you realize that energy is higher in frequency than anything you watch on the news, on television, on anything that you watch? It's higher. And that's everything that you guys talk about. That's the world we living in. So when Scotty brought up that sports piece, man, that resonated with me.
Yeah, he knocked it out the park.
Yeah, because I grow up, I mean, not growing up, but I deal with young children who are in an environment where their parents are seeing the fruits of this labor. And they're like, oh, I want my kid to be like LeBron James or Kobe Bryant or whoever, Steph Curry, whoever. They're not going to be that.
Warriors with the
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. 98% of college athletes never make it to the pros.
Right.
Never. 98%. You got a better chance of running for president and winning. You got a better chance of winning the lottery. So when Scotty brought that up, that just kind of resonated with me because I was a professional athlete on a low level and I thought it was great. I was all of a sudden, I didn't have to pay for anything and I was able to travel the country. And I didn't have to pay for entry fees to the sport. I didn't have to do none of that shit. But at the end of the day, when I was 29 years old, Sis Rhonda, guess what they told me? Check this out, bruh. Are you okay? You got problems with your body? And I was like, oh man, I'll fight through it. They were like, no. We got an orthopedic surgeon. Do you need to get surgery? I was like, yeah. Okay, clean up my knee. Clean up my other knee. Then came back. Then they were like, is that all you got? I was like, yeah, that's all they got. They was like, all right, thank you. Bye.
At 29.
Done. At 20, Rhonda. At 29. Done.
So you do really folks are in your business, sis Nonya. I was trying not to be up in your business. It was like, did you play overseas?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, only in the States. I was above board. I didn't have to go do the overseas thing. didn't have to do that.
Okay.
But when it was over, guess what? They ain't giving you no swan song unless you LeBron James or Steph or
Right.
you know, you got to be elite for them to give you a goodbye.
But don't you think that they are like groomed for those positions? That
Of
they're
course they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you
Most
think
definitely.
that they're like in a family?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now
I see. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Rhonda. I worked my way into that.
got you.
I wasn't supposed to get there. So I worked my way in.
Okay.
Now, I wasn't, and I would never claim that. I'm nowhere near on the elite level of all of these athletes that have come through the fathom of time that we have. Dr. J, Magic Johnson. I didn't play basketball, so I'm not even talking about that. But I'm just talking about the game itself, because the game is all the same. It's the same in the entertainment industry.
Right. It's the
Because
same.
What people don't understand is if you're in sports and you're in entertainment, it's exactly the same.
Yep.
So
same.
If you're not Prince
And politics.
you're not
That's right.
Prince
All of y'all
and
motherfucking
politics.
actors.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you're not Jack Nicholson,
Scripted.
if you ain't Prince, if you ain't Michael Jackson, if you ain't Michael Jordan, if you ain't Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, go on down the list.
Right.
If you ain't one of them, you got to prove yourself day in, day out.
Right.
Then on top of that, and this is what all of us have to deal with, you're going to get hurt. You're going to get injured. You got to get surgery. And here's the funny thing, Rhonda. You ain't even got to pay for doctors once you get up in that field. You ain't got to pay for doctors. They gonna do everything they need to do. But the moment they fix you up and you can come back, don't nobody know you no more.
Right. You out of there.
They don't know you.
Well, the
And they
doctors,
turn. Go ahead. sis.
the doctors are the eliminators. It's the same thing with workman's comp.
Mhm.
If you get hurt on a job, you are a liability to that job. And therefore the doctors are paid to eliminate you.
But Sandra,
Yeah.
in the workers' compensation, you have recourse. You can
somewhat.
still get compensated. If you're a professional athlete,
You
That's
just
what
out of there.
once they determine your damaged goods,
You're gone.
Yeah,
it's a wrap. You're out.
toast.
You out.
You're
You don't get
toast.
nothing. You don't
No,
get
you
nothing.
don't. You don't get nothing.
Well,
Now, like I told you guys, I've had 4 different surgeries.
mhm.
I can't sleep on my back. I'm sorry. I can't sleep on my stomach. I
Okay.
don't get no medical benefits.
Mm-mm.
I ain't got shit coming.
No, not for
Nothing.
sports. Not for sport.
Now, what I should have done was make sure that the money I made would have covered that.
Yeah.
It don't cover that. But see,
Insurance policy.
Rhonda, this goes into the trappings and the allure. This is what Scotty was talking about on a subliminal level. This goes to the allure of being a professional athlete. You don't think about shit.
Right.
Like that.
Especially when you're young.
Everybody's exploited.
Right.
Yeah, everybody's
Trick
exploited.
every- they
You don't think
care.
about it.
They don't care. It's a trick every day. Don't care.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
they
your
don't
bonds are paying you more. Because remember, you're not earning no money. It's still coming from Sister True KV anyway. You are the fiat that you're born because you're born in pounds and ounces when they weigh you. So they already know based on where you come in, the soul when you come in. This is why I talk about qualification. Based on where you come in, they know where you come in. They know what you're capable of doing based on the black soul,
Man.
based on the cosmic wheel.
That's
There you
deep.
go,
Yep.
Odell.
There you
Yeah.
go.
They already know.
Exactly.
Tell it,
See?
Brother
I
Odell.
I knew he would know that
Right.
shit. I
Yeah.
knew
Right,
he
so
would
as
know
soon as
that
they come
shit.
in, they know what you come in underneath, under the energy that you come on, and how they can abuse and use that using masonry, the study of mother and son, which is masonry. This is why sports or part, because it's maritime, because it's spot with the S on. They just put the S on it. I think I couldn't call it out because it's part, which is still the maritime, still control. So the masonry, well, the Freemasonry, they're still in the Section 2 AKV. The bonds that you've got on your estate anyway, you're only paying yourself. When you sign those contracts, you'll see that they've got the pink and the yellow bonds. I've already covered this. You'll have seen this. The pink and the blue and the yellow bonds are there on the paperwork when you sign it. So when you sign those contracts, they're only paying you off your own estate.
Off of your estate anyway, exactly.
And
so they ain't paying you no way.
Exactly, ain't paying
Brother
you
Odell.
already got. Exactly.
Brother Odell, let me tell you this, Brother Odell. I want to share this with you and Rhonda and Sandra and Sean and Scotty Saturn. When I signed my first contract, I was so happy I didn't even read the shit.
How old were you, brother?
At that time that I signed it,
I
was about 22.
Oh, yeah, you was a youngin'. You was a youngin', yeah.
But guess what? This is how it went down. And we family. So I'm going to tell y'all how it went down, okay? I'm a weed smoker at the time. I'm in the Bay Area. That's how we get down with it. Now right. I'm not a drinker. I'm not into nothing serious.
Right.
I just get my high on, right?
Right.
So I got the contract and I walked in to the joint and the dude that was in charge of the pro shop, this is how he did me. This is the white boy, Rhonda. He gave me an envelope that was sealed. And I asked him, I said, Frank, what are you doing? He was like, open the envelope. I opened the envelope and I see it's a contract, but it's like 12 pages. And I'm like, what is this? He was like, dude, this is a white boy. He like, dude, you won. I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, just turn to page 12 and sign it.
Wow.
That's what I did. Wait, hold up. A week later, I'm in my townhouse with two other athletes. These are track athletes, right? This is back in the 80s. So we just living together, right? I'm in the townhouse. I'm high. I'm sitting in the recliner. And I'm like, oh, let me read this contract. I look at the contract and it says, you got to wear this when we tell you to wear this. You got to have this when we tell you to have this. You got to have this on all the time. If we ever see you and you don't have the company logo on, whether you're in a tournament, whether you're being photographed or whatever, your contract is terminated. And I looked at that shit like, what did I just do?
Right. You knew you was in trouble then. Like,
Man,
oh my God, what the hell did I sign?
I just signed myself away.
Damn.
Now,
and your signature paid you.
Man,
right. That
was
part,
it.
sis Sandra. That part.
That was it, Sandra. When I signed that shit, guess what? I had packages showing up at the condo I was living at every day with my name on it. Every day. However, if I would have stepped out of line and I read that in the contract, I was like, because something in my mind, Sandra, it told me. Something in my mind said, what did you just do? Because the contract told me everything I could and could not do. I didn't read it.
Yeah.
I didn't read it. And it was like, nigga, if in other words, let's put it on our level. Nigga, if you ain't wearing our clothes.
Exactly.
If we don't see our logo on your shit.
Exactly.
And we see you on a video, we see you in competition, and you ain't got our shit on, nigga, Christmas is canceled.
Right.
And guess what I did? I made sure I had that shit on all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Now, here's the reason why I'm saying that, and I'm gonna stop right here. Here's the reason why I'm saying that. This goes back to everything that you guys are talking about. When this is what 832 was talking about. We get caught up in this legalese and we don't do our due diligence, and we get caught up in the flavor of, oh, I achieved something. But then here comes a motherfucker from around the way behind you with some paperwork going, hey, just sign this. I got you.
Always with the paperwork.
You
Right.
good? You good? And
It's your birth certificate.
Rhonda, you talk about this shit all the time. Them fucking Moors and all that shit. And if this is the reason why I'm into topography, maps will reveal everything to you. For everybody that talks about the Moors and all that shit, look at a map. Look at Spain. Look at how close Spain is to Africa. Look at the rock of Gibraltar, which is a formidable
Pillars of Hercules.
Yeah.
You got it.
Indeed.
Look at the rock of Gibraltar. That's right off the coast of Africa.
Right.
Unless you know where these
Greek
motherfuckers
mythology in Africa.
Right. Now,
I'm done with it.
Okay, let me tell a story. And hopefully some of y'all are going to remember this. It's related to what y'all said, what you was talking about, Deep H2O. Now, I don't know if this is true. This was out in the media for a little bit. Well, you know, our little social media, Twitter and them. And old girl put it on Twitter, and then somebody picked it up on YouTube, because I don't deal with the tweet and the twit. My nerves is bad. I don't have time for all that. But, and I can't, once I start telling this story, if y'all know the name of this basketball player, a woman basketball player, drop it in the chat. Because now I don't even know where this baby is. I don't even know where this woman is. So she played in the WNBA. And she came out and said, now, YouTube, y'all, this ain't me saying this. This is this lady saying this. So I don't need the drama, okay? I'm just telling this story. Because the lady done disappeared.
Russia?
No. Just hold up. This lady, she's a black woman, melanated, however the hell you want to, copper color. I
already know who you're talking about. I
can't remember her name. This is what she said.
They done put it in the chat already.
Is that her name? Okay, I'm going to name the story and then you confirm.
No, that's not Brittany Griner.
Yeah, I think, Brother Sean, you already know where I'm going. Let me get through the story.
That's her.
Cappy, thank you. Cappy. Thank you, baby. Thank you, Rick. Cappy, baby, where you at? Cappy was in the WNBA. She came out and was dropping bomb after bomb. She was telling on everybody. First of all, she said, I am a black European. I'm of the Scottish royal bloodline. Am I lying, Brother Sean, or is that not what that baby came out and said?
Mm-hmm.
She also said she is a multimillionaire. She has a huge estate, and that LeBron was ciphering her estate. And then she said some other stuff I can't say on here because I would get censored. But she was saying some shenanigans was going on. They was purposely messing with her. They was messing with her. They was purposely messing with Beyonce, because she said Beyonce was her old lady. So she was like every other day, it was either tweet, TikTok, one of those. Every day she was on there dropping bombs every day. And so they sent the authorities to her house to pick her up for mental wellness check. They had celebrities coming to her door, and she wasn't letting nobody in. And she was going live, videotaping all of this.
Wow.
And people was like, the populace was like, yeah, she said she was dating B. So
I just talked about her earlier.
So she was like coming out, according to the public, giving these massive allegations. But all she had to say to me was, I am a Black European. I'm Royal Scottish bloodline. I said straight the fuck up. I said, wait a minute. She said what? And she said, I am a multi-millionaire. Wait, and she also said, all of these companies over here, my people own them. We have a stake in them. Baby, let me tell you something. I said, they finna lock this baby up. She finna be off the scene.
Yep.
And I don't know where she is today. Cappy, that's her name.
Don't nobody know where she is. And this is what I was saying, Rhonda. This is what I was saying. You don't even have to be on that superstar level. The sports game is so fucking grimy. It's like Hollywood. It's so dick dastardly that just like this example you gave, I didn't know anything about this.
Go look it up. Hopefully you can still find it.
I got it. I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Brittany Griner.
No, that ain't nothing compared to what girl was saying.
Somebody put it in chat. I looked it up. I'm online right now. I got it. And I'm like, you don't even understand how this resonates with me. Because it's the motherfuckers who ain't making the top dollar that get drugged through the sand ditches of El Paso. That's an old saying for you young folks who don't know shit about that. Get drugged through the sand ditches of El Paso. Man, that's how this shit works.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, I knew you would find that interesting.
This is how you get involved in a professional sport. It don't matter what it is. You sign a contract. You don't even know what the fuck you signed it. You've been so in love with what you doing. And I'm breaking this down on how it worked for me. You are so in love with what you're doing. Now all of a sudden somebody wants to pay you. It could be pennies on the dollar. Now all of a sudden they're saying, "Oh, D, you ain't got to pay to go to no tournaments. We're going to pay your airfare. We're going to pay anything that you need to have paid." Now, I ain't making no money unless I win. I got to win to make money. Now, with that being said, now I'm getting everything for free that I was paying for 5-6 years before that. Next thing you know, just like what you mentioned, here's this woman dealing with political shit that had nothing to do with her getting involved with the sport.
Well, she's of the main point of that. She is of that bloodline. So she was placed in that profession.
Yeah. Okay. I get you on that.
Whitlock was talking about the political part of it too today about LeBron's. It's a political part of sports.
Okay, so I'm going to run that for you all again because I want you to understand what I am telling you.
Nothing happens by chance.
These people are of a certain bloodline. Are you catching that? They are of a certain bloodline.
Yeah.
It couldn't get no more clearer than that. When she said that shit, I said, Rhonda, don't lie on this lady. Go back and rewind this shit to make sure you heard her correctly.
Right.
That's what I am telling you all.
They looked her up. They looked her up.
They didn't know you're not listening to me. If I am of that bloodline, I am groomed for these roles. Pay attention. If I am of these bloodlines, I am groomed for it.
They said LeBron
is not called King James just to fucking be called King James. They are of a certain bloodline.
They said he was about 8 years old.
Know your bloodline and your astrology.
That's why I talked about the birth stuff and the chat that you come in on. They know from their dot, fam. They're watching this thing on that level, fam.
Yeah, he was 8 years old.
They from time. They're grooming you from time. Your family. This is why you get like Del Curry and Steph Curry. You get families up on this stuff. And Steph Curry, you notice that they're both pros, and then you look at what's his name that's in there with with the dad that's in there, and then his three sons are in the NBA.
Big baller brand.
Yeah, the baller brand. Yeah,
LeVar Ball.
LeVar Ball, exactly. Yeah. It's not by chance for these people. And then you look at Bronny James, his son, and that was big kerfuffle about that gal that he's dating. It's not by chance.
It's not by chance.
Purpose.
Yeah, I hear you, Rhonda.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So she cracked up, obviously, and she spilled the beans. Yeah, she told it. She told
let
it.
Let me ask you this, Rhonda.
LeBron was a gatekeeper and everything.
Yeah, when I'm telling you that baby told it, she told it, and she went into more graphics, and I can't say that or they're snapped just straight up off the air. But she did say he's a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Okay. Rhonda,
that's what the guy was saying.
Rhonda, why do you feel that she exposed that though? Why does she put herself out there like that?
Everything's being exposed.
Huh?
Everything's being exposed.
Yeah.
That's happening.
In these same families, Freemasonry is Satanism. So these people probably been through torture and shit. You don't know if they coding breaking down. These motherfuckers going off script. They be fucking just saying the shit because
sun is breaking down.
There. Exactly, this is what happened with Britney Spears when she shaved her hair off in public. They was letting you know, man, the whole thing is breaking down. You get me? This is the thing you got to look for the signs. Is what Rhonda said. Yeah, it is controlled by high-level Freemason, but at the same time, these people, they got handlers. If their handlers go rogue, they might go rogue of a program. You get me? There's all the truth's being revealed right now, so they can't hold the game the same way they used to hold it before. You get me? This is what Rhonda's being said. They can't hold it because the frequency, the vibration, as well is changing. They can't run that Piscean thing no more. This is what I said. That has to be put out there because this whole thing. Rhonda did a joint on this partially when she talked about this financial system off this week. She did a joint. I went for over hours. She did this joint exposing. They've got bare people right now exposing this whole Piscean, last of this espers of this Piscean construct. It has to be all thrown out there for it to be slaughtered down so they can bring in this new fake system. Rhonda's pulling this up the other day. This new fake system, I call it fake system, they're putting in place under these SDRs. They've got this system in the new one in place in the background, but they can't put it in until this old one is exposed. So everything that's hidden is being revealed. Exactly. They want it like that. That's the whole point. The whole thing happens by chance. There's always purpose.
Yeah.
Exactly. So they're putting it out there only for the masses to sit up and say she's crazy. Oh, okay. Go on and sign up for the new shit.
But you know something. I pick it up their aura. They have a different aura about them. These like LeBron James. I never cared for him, and it's like it radiates off of him that he's a different person.
Into the high-level Freemasonry, the rituals they get into. This is what Melinda's been talking about. Sorry, sister, just to say that's what they're doing. It's the energy, right? Because these rituals they get into, and I might put some up on game on some at some point. But with the Freemasonry stuff, sister Sandra, once they get to that, once they've done their first 3 degrees, and they put that sword up against their heart, and they step that blood off, I'm telling you, that vibe, that's done deliberate. The Prince Hall stuff. and you do that sword up against your heart, and then the sword weighs a certain and the energy and the vibrations put on that. Once you get up on after that first 3 degrees, I'm telling you, Sandra, that's when they start doing them things like that. They start shifting that energy, and that's what you're picking up. But go ahead, Sister Sandra. But you're picking up.
Yeah, that's true. And I hate to say it, Kobe Bryant had the same energy.
Again, I'm going to say it again. These people are born into that.
Yeah, they are.
Now they're still going through the rituals. Don't get us wrong. But you are not making it up to those high levels without that bloodline connection. I want you all to understand that. We keep telling you all that. They have family connections.
Yeah.
And all they're doing is they're putting that in place to help, number one, control a narrative.
Yes. And
then number two, to keep making that money / energy for the quote empire.
Right.
Because I'm telling you, go look up that lady, Cappy Poindexter. Go look her up. She gave up the game. Mm-hmm. She said, my family, I am of the Scottish royal blood. She didn't say royal bloodline. She said, I am of the Scottish bloodline. I own most of the companies over here.
You're right.
So I already knew what the lady was talking about because I've been tracing the money for y'all for years.
Yeah,
I literally pulled up for y'all. Did I not run down all of not most of them, all of the major corporations over here? I tracked up to the one holding company, and I told you where that holding company was beholden to. So I already knew what the young lady was talking about. I knew she wasn't lying.
Yeah, that's true.
You did.
But by the way, Brother Sean's been muted. I think he wants to speak. I'll go
Sean.
Go ahead. I'll go this far. And I'm going to back Rhonda up. We did this. Rhonda's covered this years ago, and I just backed Rhonda up. And all I'm going to say is Depository Trust Company. We covered this recently. We went back over it again. Me and Rhonda, we went back over it. Rhonda, with the pace, so she linked it up. And I said, all the energy for the Depository Trust Company, 55 Wall Street, I exposed the whole game. Put you up on game. We did. Me and Rhonda did this, and Depository Trust Company, and we know and the Fed, we exposed it all. We went on it recently. We all know that energy was being passed from over there. It's coming over here to London, the financial arm. We've got the Parental Tiara States, the free triple height with death. London being the financial arm. DC, the District of Criminals, being the military arm, and obviously the Vatican being the spiritual arm, the height width depth for 3DF. We talk about this with the Parental Tiara, and we said all the energy has been shifted over here. So these companies that Rhonda's been mentioning, that woman mentioned, is correct. The bloodlines come from over here. We've been saying this. It started over here, and it's been and it started over this neck of the woods over here, and it was sent over there. We've been exposing all that, so yeah, keep going, Rhonda. We expose all of that. That's what we're being exposed. That's why I talk about the Depository Trust Company, because all the securities that are traded for your birth certificates, all that energy is still coming to the stock exchange over here, and the taxes are being transferred over here through the Queen. In fact, I exposed this last time. Can you remember that thingy, Rhonda, that document that I had up? Can you remember who was going in on it? Can you remember I had it up last time, Rhonda? Was talking about the Great Britain, Great Britain and the Spanish, Great Britain be paying the debts for the
how we're still paying
Great Britain.
Yeah, how we're still paying Great Britain. Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you said it. You literally said that the U.S. is still paying Great Britain, and I don't care how much we keep putting this information out. Ain't a coin made up in this so-and-so without them getting their ends broke off.
Right.
I don't know how many times we have to say that.
Yeah.
So when you see these celebrities, whomever, politicians, entertainers, being multi-millionaires, that is bloodline family connection.
Agreed.
They're either married into it or they're bloodline descendants. And that young lady gave up the game. She confirmed it because we kind of figured it out. And shout out to Lex Will, because Lex Will was the first one that said it. He was the first one that said it a few years ago. He said, I really believe that these athletes and stuff, they're a part of this royal bloodline. He was the first to point it out.
Yeah.
And I scratched my head. I said, damn, Lex, I think you about right. So we're telling you this for a purpose. People keep wanting to play around with the system. Brother Sean, I unmuted you about 17 times. I'm going to try again.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good. You there. Okay, I just want to make sure they still weren't muting you. You know, Brother Sean and told you about 100 times. Brother Odel and told you about 100 times. Y'all keep wanting to sit up here talking about the we, what they gon'. They're not giving you shit.
Yeah.
It's not set up for that. How many, we didn't went through the history. We pull current receipts. It's like y'all are not getting it.
Louis the 16th and all that way back.
This is an empire. Brother Odell went all the way back to, what was it, 400 and something?
Yeah, we went back. We did the Roman thing. We did the history corporation to the Clearfield Doctrine.
Yeah,
and we exposed all of that.
That's how far the empire goes back. So I'm like, what are y'all talking about? When you keep talking about what they got to do for you, they ain't finna do a damn thing for you. It wasn't set up that way. So, Deep H2O, I didn't know if you knew that, but you telling your story, I had to bring up that young lady. I hope that she's safe. But yeah, she got pulled off the scene.
Locking away.
So
sports is just telling so much right now. There's just so much going on. That,
I had to bring up that young lady. All right, I'm finna go through and mute. I already know it's you, Deep H2O. I already know it's you. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Sports is just telling so much right now. They still trying to bury shit, but it's all coming out. Look at the Deshaun Watson thing.
Yeah.
They're using that to cover up for what happened with Robert Kraft, the Patriots owner, and Dan Snyder, the Washington Commanders, so whatever they call it now. They owners. It's all dealing with sex trafficking.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I was trying to avoid saying that, so because you know how they are.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But like with Deshaun Watson, they saying it's like 26 accusers that were all masseuses he met online.
Now, who the hell is he? Because y'all know I don't be following sports. I'm so turned off now.
Well, he's the highest paid he's the highest paid melanated quarterback in football history.
Right, $230 million. Keep going, Brother Sean.
What team he played for? Maybe I remember.
Cleveland Browns.
He played for the Browns.
And he making all that money with the raglass Browns? I know Browns fans fired up at
$230 million, fully guaranteed.
So now that's then pissed the rest of the league off, because now all the quarterbacks are going to be looking for that type of guaranteed money.
How much did they give him to play for the Browns again?
$230 million, fully guaranteed.
And what's his name again?
Deshaun Watson.
That's the golden unlock he's been looking for.
And once he decided that he didn't want to play for Houston no more, all these lawsuits and all these women massage therapists came.
Oh,
Not
okay.
Trying to sue him. They all got the same lawyer. And come to find out, Houston been paying for him to get massages, giving him non-disclosure agreements to get the chicks and everything.
Because that's usually how they do it. Ain't that? That's usually how they do it. But continue.
That's
They
the
didn't
setup,
decide that-
humiliation ritual, your contract for that money.
They decided to throw him under the bus once he ain't want to play for Houston no more.
Got you. Okay, I'm with you. So they were agreed participant in whoring and signed the disclosure agreements, and then when he didn't want to renew their contract, that's when, okay, I'm with you now. Okay, that makes sense. But what the lady got to do with it? The lady being locked up in Russia, I'm still not understanding that correlation. Or is it a correlation?
I think that's just a political move. That's just a political
Okay,
stunt.
yeah, that's what I thought too.
Because of Biden and them talking all that shit to Putin.
Okay, that's what I figured too. That's what I picked up on. Yeah.
We just reminded them, y'all got athletes and everything over here. Y'all got people that want to live over here. You have celebrities that have moved over there, changed their nationality and everything. And he was just reminding them, it's Americans all over here while you talking all that bullshit.
Right.
It's Americans still over here kicking it. And we can grab anyone anytime we feel like it. And that just goes to show you, Biden don't give a fuck about no melanated people. What did he do to get her from over there? She's of those bloodlines.
She surely is.
And they left her ass over there.
And that's probably her shit. We don't know if that's her original homeland any damn way.
Never can tell.
But real quick, did y'all peep game, Brother Odel, with Queen Lizzie celebration? And did y'all peep game the American that was performed at her ceremony?
Oh, you mean was Diana?
Diana Ross. So what you think? Right, but what's that connection, Sis Sandra? If you
Lady Diana.
Lady Diana, Diana Ross.
I want y'all to think Bloodline. I want y'all to think Bloodline.
We talking about Bloodline. I'm talking about Bloodline. She's in that Bloodline.
What? Be specific. Be
She
specific.
was probably King James of his bloodline because
Ding 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 ding.
She's probably an honored.
Ding 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 ding.
Not to interrupt. Michael Jackson wasn't talking about Diana Ross. He's talking about
in Diana. Yes, he's talking about Lady Diana Spencer.
Thank you.
Because over here, she's one of the higher bloodlines over here. Because
he wasn't
when she married
talking
Charles
about
William,
Diana Ross.
Yeah, he's on about Lady Diana Spencer because her brother Earl Spencer.
Yeah, that's
they're
true.
one of the high bloodlines over here. You get me? She's from one of them families. You know what I mean? One of the families like the Percys. There's certain families over here who are big over here who have got shares in these corporations that are running stuff. Over there. That's what MJ was exposing.
And Michael Jackson knows
and he was born where in Garrett in Diana. He's one of the big Jackson. He's one of the big whites. He's MJ. He's one of the big Jackson whites. He's got a high bloodline.
Exactly. They do.
In Diana. So that's what he was exposing.
Got you. Okay.
Diana, woo, give it me.
That's good to know.
In Diana, that's what it was going in on in that song. Diana on his bad album. That's what it was going in on.
Okay, so y'all, that's a good connection to know. But do you all understand why Ross boss Diana Ross was all up in the mix at
Right.
Queen Lizzie's celebration, and they was making a big ass deal. I fell out laughing. I was like, okay, Miss Ross Stewart, okay.
You know,
we see you.
Rhonda.
Yes.
She was married to the white boy that's the shipping tycoon in Europe.
Yeah.
Wasn't that her husband?
Yeah. Old boy had passed away, but yeah.
And that was the same. He's from the same family tree. He's from the same bloodline as Jackie Onassis. What, Aristotle Onassis? Shipping tycoon.
Yep, the guys from Greece, isn't it? Yep.
It's the same bloodline.
So do we now understand why Miss Ross Stewart Boss
Yep.
was able to marry that man?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know if y'all remember a story. It was in the media, and I always thought this was weird. She was at a baseball game with President Clinton. And so she went to get, she had her children there, and he had his daughter there. I don't know if Hillary was there, but Diana, she went to get to the concession stand. Either the concession stand or the restroom, something like that. So she was trying to get back in, and Secret Service wouldn't let her back in. And she pitched a fit. And the media made a big thing about it because she was like, do they know who I am? And back then, I didn't know what I knew now. I'm like, well, damn, how you gonna get an attitude? I mean, he is the president. But now that I know what I know, she was pitching that fit because she like, I'm higher than him. How dare you not let me back up in here? Who the hell do you think you are?
You know who they didn't let in? I heard it's Kardashians.
Who?
The Kardashians. They went over there too.
Yeah, because they're not high up like that.
No,
high up like that.
Them bitches is some mutts. Like,
yeah, they are mutts. They ain't high up like that.
Yeah, they didn't let them in. And I knew that was telling. I was laughing.
Yeah, as soon as I heard, they was like, yeah, Diana Ross, she's going to sing. I said, well, okay, Miss Ross Stewart, go on and do you, boo.
Not by chance she's there.
No, not by chance. Mm-mm. Exactly.
Not by chance.
All right, fam, child. So now we done got on the Black Europeans. So y'all pay attention. Well, we're talking about the Black Europeans of that bloodline with that power. So y'all need to be paying attention to what's really going on. Now, I'm chilling, minding my business. This is just a real quick follow-up. And this movie ran across my feed, and I said, oh, that seems good. So it's called Come Away, and it's kind of like a fairy tale thing, and it has Angelina Jolie in it. She's been playing in a lot of these fairy tales with all these deep meanings.
Yeah.
So that was a good movie, y'all. Check it out. So let me pull something up. I got a few things I want to share with y'all. And hold on a second. Let me pause. Because, child, I had to go on and
oh yeah, with the little mixed family.
Yeah, I had to stop, baby. I had to stop it, get out the phone, record, blow it up on
the. But hold on, they stay with the motherfucking Nigerian British actor as the lead when they come up.
Oh yeah, we fencing to get into all of that. Exactly, all of that part. So let me share on the screen so y'all can see it as well.
Yes.
Yeah, when I saw that, I had to stop, honey, and break out the phone and record. And I'm like, oh, they ain't finna play with me today. So let me share this to YouTube, and then we finna get it cracking. But it's really, the movie is good. It's called Come Away. And what they are talking about is basically, it's a cute little movie describing how Peter Pan became Peter Pan and how Tinkerbell became Tinkerbell. So it's really a cute movie, but baby, they dropping jewels in that so and so. They're dropping mad jewels. So hold on a second, fam. Let me look over here.
All the fairy tales.
They always do. And Angelina always playing in something. She played in the one where she was magnificent. And she, they started off talking about how the Moors went to war. I said, I know they didn't say the Moors up in this. Had to rewind it. I said, oh, yes, the hell they did. So, Angelina, I want to know, are you mixed? Do you have some black blood?
Yeah, they know.
Because to me, she kind of...
Non-void.
Yeah, with them big lips. I'm like, y'all seem like y'all mixed to me.
One of the examples of like how you can go from 3 generations to be a white person from a nigga.
Yeah, because I'm like, y'all seem like y'all mixed to me.
That's like gypsies.
And she adopted it. Remember, she's adopted children from the continent.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not by chance of that. Her and Sandra Bullock. Have you noticed that all these Hollywood actors are adopting melanated children from Africa?
Yep.
Yeah. The high priest.
Rhonda,
yes, sir.
Rhonda, tell her to bring them receipts. Bring them receipts. Let's see what we charging. Let's see what the county is. Come on, bring the receipt.
All right, so let's that's what we about to get into, sis Nonya. Girl, I wasn't in Peter, I'm not into Peter Pan like that, but baby, let me just go on and play this and shut the hell up. All right.
Rhonda be trying to be nice. Man, stop being nice. Start holding these fools hostage. Hold them hostage.
You know, boys who are away from home still get presents for their birthday. And my hat.
Are you playing?
Oh, we gotta go on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sound is not coming through.
And listen to it on YouTube.
Let me go on back since y'all just like to talk through the whole thing.
It's an eagle feather. The most sacred of all Indian symbols. What does it stand for? Courage.
So I just run that for the slow one in the back. This little boy is the one that's going to become Peter Pan.
It's an eagle.
We don't have no sound, sis. There's no sound coming through.
You know what? Mute. Mute and
Okay.
listen to YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, so she got the little feather in her hand. Sorry, I had to replay it again.
It's good. It's good on YouTube. It's good on YouTube.
I know it's good on YouTube. You keep interrupting me. I know it's good on YouTube. Okay, so she got the little feather in her hand. Sorry, I had to. All right, I'm not the one tonight. I'm not the one.
It's good on YouTube. It's good on YouTube.
I know it's good on YouTube. You keep interrupting me. Now I'm pissed. I know it's good on YouTube. Hold on, fam. Sorry, all right, I'm not the one tonight. I'm not the one. I know it's good on YouTube. You keep interrupting me. Now I'm pissed. I know it's good on YouTube. Hold on, fam. Okay, sorry about that. Let's me get back. Okay. Sorry, fam. Okay, let me replay. I apologize.
Rose, darling, let him go. Let him go. You know, boys who are away from home still get presents for their birthday.
And my hat. You'll still make it for me, won't you? It's an eagle feather. The most sacred of all Indian symbols. What does it stand for? Courage.
All right, so that's all I was trying to get out. So that little melanated boy in this family, he's going to be the one to become Peter Pan. Okay? Now, this is his stepmom, Angelina Jolie, and the dad is melanated. I'm going to get to him in a second. So the little melanated boy has a different mother. And so my conspiracy theorist ass, and that's not the first time he talked about that Indian feather in this movie, because he was always carrying that Indian feather around, and he kept talking about it being the Negro Indian feather. So my conspiracy theorist ass was like, wait a minute. Is that little boy's mama an American Indian? And his dad a black European? And the dad brought the son back over to Europe to live with his new wife? And the son broke away and he became Peter Pan. Okay? So, let me just real quick show y'all what they showed in the background of this movie. Go watch the movie. It's really a good movie, y'all, to be honest. It's called Come Away. It's really, really a good movie. So let me get the other one that I just want to show y'all real quick. Now I say that, and I'm going to be pissed if I can't find it. Damn it. So I literally had a picture in the background. Oh, damn, now I can't find where I saved it at. I hate when my flow is broken. Oh, my God. Damn it, I can't find it now. Let me try one more place. Oh, there it is. Okay, I knew I had it. So just bear with me, fam. Okie dokie. Just bear with me. Gonna share again. And then we're gonna be all good. Okay. So, I know I got to share 1,000 things, y'all. So frustrating. But I got to do what I got to do. All right. So YouTube, y'all should be seeing it in just a second. Now, what was in the background that I caught while I was watching this? The melanated man with the little girl, that's his daughter. Okay, now remember, they're over in Europe. So that's his daughter that's mixed because Angelina Jolie is the mama. The little girl, she becomes Tinkerbell. Okay. So I just wanted to show you that, a Black European. And so just in my opinion, Come Away was trying to show you that his first son, because the first son, the melanated young boy that had the feather in his hand, said it's a Negro Indian feather, has a different mama, and he's not mixed heritage. That's why I feel that his mom was an American Indian. Okay. And he just went and lived with his dad. Okay. So on the other side, what I caught, Angelina was walking past, and then I noticed this photo of this Black European on their wall. And I'm like, shit, they'll throw these pictures in here anywhere. Now, if anyone knows which Black European this really is in history, I would love to know. I've seen this picture before and I cannot find it again. Okay, but I know this is an official picture of a Black European back in the day. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for it, but I just wanted to show you how they be throwing clues in these movies. And this is just yet another example. Okay, so I just wanted to bring this to y'all attention. I'm minding my business, and I was truly just watching a movie. I don't know what interested me in it, but it's really a good movie. It's telling the story of how Peter Pan became Peter Pan, and I found it interesting that they made Peter Pan melanated, running around here with this Black Indian feather, and then Tinkerbell is of mixed heritage. Her daddy is a Black European. Okay, and I don't want to tell y'all too much, but the brother is like this gangster and got all this power. I'm telling y'all, it's really, really a good flick. They threw a lot of jewels in this particular movie. So I just wanted to share that with y'all. Again, this is called, the movie is called Come Away. So you should be able to find it relatively easy. All right, so I'll pause if somebody want to put something on it before I go to my next drop that I want to go to, because I do have something else I want to go over real quick. Hold on a sec. So the other thing I wanted to, wait a minute, let me make sure y'all muted. Hold on. I'll go through and unmute everybody else. Okay, y'all free to put something on it.
How did I think about it?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Peter Pan does have a feather. Now that you think about
it. I thought about that. He got a feather in his cap, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I was tripping, baby.
And kind of got like a orphan child story, and kind of got like a maritime Moorish on a boat pirates.
Yeah, I can't make this up, y'all. I was sitting there, and I'm a damn fool. I'm like, let me put this motherfucking herbal refreshment down. And
talking.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Aren't you talking about Disney? Essentially. Yeah. Aren't you talking about Disney?
Yeah.
Okay, so I grew up in Florida. All right, I may be in the middle of the country today. The so-called happiest place on earth, according to the QAnon community.
All right, I'm finna mute you. I'm muting you. That ain't even what we own. That's not what we're on. I already know what you was gonna say. That's not what we're on. Go ahead, Brother Sean. Or whomever.
Well, Scotty was talking. Did you finish what you were saying, Scotty?
I can't remember what I said. I was just putting something on it at the moment.
No.
Okay.
No, I was just bringing up the fact about the feather.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pausing because I'm trying to find this other video.
I know what I was saying. I was just saying about the folklore that's attached to Peter Pan and like how we talk about the orphan story, mythology, and then how we talk about the Moorish and you know, like he had the whole like Hook storyline and like, the whole like pirate, and we talk about the whole like, you know, Mediterranean barbarian pirate type Northern African storyline and stuff. So they tied a lot of stuff into that Peter Pan mythology. And we know Pan, the god of Pan in mythology, a pandemic, panic, to cause hysteria. You know, so that's the portal energy that goes along with that on the esoteric side of Peter Pan. And we know children, we already tapped on that. So like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Ayo, you said Robin Hood had it too. Now that I'm assuming that old boy became Peter Pan because his name was Peter in the movie. So that's just me assuming that he became Peter Pan. And so now you're going to make me go back because I am going to rewatch it again because I didn't see it from the beginning, to be honest. I came in not too much from the beginning. But yeah, that's why I said Peter Pan. But you're right. Robin Hood had the feather also.
Yeah, it did over here. And that's tied again back over here because that's Sherwood Forest. They're not too far from me, to be honest with you. But again, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, it's that whole story, that narrative's being, again, and it was, again, and who did they have with him? When they did the remake of it, Robin Hood, remember they brought the Moors with them because you had Morgan Freeman in the film, you remember? Morgan Freeman was in the film of Robin Hood when they did, I think it was Kevin Costner did, I think it was 91, I think they did. But Morgan Freeman was in it, so they've got the Moorish reference to it in with Robin Hood as well, in terms of it coming from overseas.
Men in Tights.
Yeah. I didn't see that. Yeah. It's got the Moorish reference in it with Morgan Freeman. Yeah, they've got all the Moors and stuff like that.
That wasn't Men in Tights. That was a different one. The Men in Tights.
That was the one with Dave Chappelle. My bad. I got my European, my black European.
right. You mean French Chappelle? But go ahead, Brother Odel.
Yeah. Well, but it's right. It's right in the sense that. But it's that whole story, it's that link to that maritime story, because they link that all that stuff Robin Hood coming from overseas, and it brings Morgan Freeman with him. So
Prince of Thieves.
Yeah, exactly. It's that same. It's got that same Piscean energy in. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, because Morgan Freeman, he was actually dressed as a Moor.
He was. That's right, Sean. He was. Yeah, if you watch
it, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Yeah, that's right. In 91 with Kevin Costner, that's what Sean's right. Morgan Freeman is basically the more. It's sick. They dropped a lot in that as well.
And he trained them to be an army.
That's correct.
What? And it's such a crappy movie. Now I'm gonna have to go watch that.
Yeah, go watch it, sister.
You know what, sis? Nonya, that picture of that black European man, I think that's the Three Musketeer man. I think that's the author that wrote Three Musketeer. I know I seen that picture before. I'm going to keep searching. I thought I had it in my archive somewhere. But I think that's who that picture was of that black European that I was showing you all.
Do a Google reverse image.
I did. It wouldn't pick it up.
Oh.
Yeah, I did, but I'm going to keep searching.
The images they give us Alexander Dumas is not no black nigga.
No, but they even admit that he was black. Now they admit it. They literally admit that he's black. So you know what? I'm just gonna go look that up.
Alexander Pushkin in Russia.
Yeah, he's melanated.
Yeah, that's who I think that picture of. Did he write Peter Pan them, y'all? Do anybody know?
Yeah, I know with Pushkin, and one thing I know I know for a fact that he did was the Russian language that they speak to this day. He invented that.
Oh, who did?
Pushkin, Alexander Pushkin.
Did he?
Yeah. The Russian language they speak today that derived from him. Yeah.
His poetry and his writings, they got that language.
Oh, I'm gonna look both of them up then.
Definitely worth a look, sister.
Okay, because I think it's one of them, because I've seen that picture before. Because that's
Peter Pan.
Huh?
Oh no, I was just about to say the writer of Peter Pan is James Matthew Barrie, though, who originally created it. A London Scottish dramatist.
I thought it was Alexander Dumas.
You got the Three Musketeers.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on the Three Musketeers. My bad.
It is, and you're fine with that, sister, because with the Three Musketeers, if you watch even if you watch the French cartoon, that was going in because even on the Three Musketeers, the reason why I worked that, he would tell the truth about the Jesuits, because if you watch the cartoon version of it, the French one, you always see on the Three Musketeers with I think it was D'Artagnan. You always see Cardinal Richelieu and how he's trying to affect the King Louis. That's how the Jesuits overthrew. The French Revolution was about the Jesuits overthrowing the French monarchy. That's why I see Cardinal Richelieu. I peak game on that. I'll have to. Another time, sister, because I don't need to interrupt you because you're doing this. Listen, if you know what to look for in a lot of this stuff, sister, you can see the influences. Now
I'm gonna have to go back and watch all of that stuff, because when you don't know that knowledge, when you originally watched it, a lot of stuff go over your head. So now I'm gonna have to go back and watch that stuff for sure. But wow,
yeah, definitely watch it though. But Cardinal Richelieu blood in the king's court, but at the same time he's trying to overthrow the king. So there's one scene where Parthamos and Aphamos and Doctor and they're chasing one of the guys, and King Richelieu is in this carriage thing. And he has to kick the guy out because he doesn't want to identify who he is, because he's also in the king's court influencing the king at the same time. So it's showing you the double speaking. It's sick, man, if you watch it.
Okay, well, that's going to be on... Got you. No, that's going to be on my list this weekend. Then I'm going to have to get re-caught up, because, yeah, that's what I be using my weekends for, because... it's just so much stuff. That's how I get caught up on stuff. So the next one... y'all go check out Come Away, and I'm going to go back and watch it again because I didn't see the beginning with this melanated boy, Peter, running around with this black Indian feather. Okay?
And it's funny they called him Peter Pan, in it, Peter, and you've got Jupiter, and Jupiter will Christ rises, and what does the pop sit on the throne of Peter? Remember, he's got the Bible underneath his throne. You see what I mean? So you're linking it in. But go ahead, sister. I'm just linking that little cosmic reference in. But that's my whole point of the Pope sitting on front of Peter is Jupiter, because they're linking it in cosmologically. But again, that will Pisces, which is why Peter Pan is all linked to the maritime with the Piscean construct. But go ahead, sister.
Which is why Peter Pan had the ship. Because in Come Away, they show you how Peter Pan and his crew had their ship. Yep, the Lost Boys. Yeah, they show you how the Lost Boys get. I'm telling you, y'all, go watch that movie, Come Away. They laid it out. I'm like, damn, this is really good. Yeah, they show you all of that, how they got together, and the Lost Boys, and how they got their ship. Isn't that maritime law and all that? I'm telling you, y'all, it's really, really good. So that's just his storyline. That's not even going into the storyline of how Tinkerbell became Tinkerbell. And then they threw a little bit of Alice in Wonderland in there. Baby, they had a lot in there. So that was just their two storylines. And then you had the parents with the Black European father and how his particular brother had all of this power, had all of this money. It's really, really good, y'all. So go check it out. It's called Come Away. All right. So the next one, I'm minding my business, chilling. So y'all know that I've been talking about that HBO series Westworld. So do y'all know that Westworld, what we're seeing now, that was a remake from back up in the 70s? I didn't know that, child.
It was Yul Brynner.
I did not know that. I didn't know that. But I didn't even run up on that. What I ran up on was the sequel to the 70s flick of Westworld called Future World. So I'm like, what? So the storyline is two reporters, Tracy and Chuck, get a message from a third one who discovers something about Future World and was taken out before he could tell anyone about it. They visit Future World to find out what they knew. So when did this come out? I think it was, 76. So this was in 1976. Peter Fonda starred in this. But the robot man, Bureau Junior or whatever, he shows back up in this. So,
Yul Brynner.
Yeah, Yul Brynner. Because ain't that the king and I man? Yeah.
And he also played the Pharaoh and Moses in the Ten Commandments.
Oh, sure did. That's really what he's known for.
He played Gandhi ass too.
I don't think he played Gandhi.
That was Ben Kingsley.
Yeah, that was Ben Kingsley's old ass. Yeah. All right. So wait a minute. Let me shut this down. Why? I'm trying to share this screen with y'all. All right. Let me shut that down. And bring up this other screen. And then we can get it cracking. Let me stop share. Let me reshare again. And YouTube, I'm going to share it with y'all. And then we finna get it cracking. So I want y'all to see this. I was like, child, you mean to tell me they've been at this since the 70s? So, all right, YouTube, it should be coming up for y'all any second now. So again, what I'm finna show y'all is a follow-up. So the Westworld HBO stuff is a remake of something that they did up in the 70s. So what I'm finna show y'all now is from the follow-up from the 70s Westworld flick. It's called Future World. All right. So let me just pause. So I had to take still shots to get for copywriting purposes. So this top picture with the man all laid all out with the two ladies, these are the ladies of the night robots. Okay? Because what happened is this particular Future World, they were inviting people out to it, and it was like a party, okay? Almost like what they show you in Westworld, where they be having the parties for those elites, because this is supposed to be a playground for them to be able to play with the robots. And just like the same thing in Westworld HBO, where they get to live out their fantasy, but they get to just live it out via robots. Okay, but this Future World had a little twist to it, and I'm going to tell y'all that in a second. All right, so these two ladies are the robot ladies of the night. All right. Okay, so they've been talking about replacing the ladies of the night for quite some time. This back up in the 70s. Okay? This next picture, they're literally, y'all see that? That's self-explanatory. They're showing you how they are constructing these robots. Now, remember, this was back in 76. This came out in 1976. Okay? And so you see the one robot laying on the table. They got him dressed up as a Roman soldier. Same thing as they show in Westworld, where they were setting up those simulated environments, and the rich were going there to live out their fantasy. Okay. Now, this the picture I want y'all to pay attention in the lower, it should be left-hand corner for y'all too. Don't y'all see these domes?
Mm-hmm.
So they were displaying all of these different worlds that they were going to create with Future World. So what do this setup look like to y'all?
The map you showed us the other week?
Exactly.
Yep. And that tower in the middle.
Uh-huh.
Fact.
Yep.
They look like in the closest to us.
Yep. I said, they got to be kidding me. Now, remember, this was 1976 that this movie came out.
76.
Yeah. That look exactly like that map that Confunding, and we got a vid from them right quick.
Yeah,
Nose Confunding.
Right, nose Confunding, right.
I like to say something I saw. This is maybe a disclosure they're pointing out about these worlds so people can understand they exist eventually. They found human trash on Mars.
You mean that's really right next door to us? If they let us through the motherfucking ice wall, which it really ain't no ice wall. You mean all we gotta do is go through that, get to that next territory, and then get through that territory and go right next the fuck door to that Mars? That's the Mars you talking about?
That's the Mars I'm talking about.
Portals.
And the NASA or NASA saying that they lost a thermal blanket from one of the space station people. That was probably theirs because they found tin on Mars. You know, like the tin you put your food in and cook it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's the kind that was on Mars.
You cook it.
Yeah, you know, you go to
no, you ain't. El Sheba, a hot mess. She said the trash blew over there.
Exactly, the trash.
Right, from our ghetto our ghetto ass territory.
Exactly, that trash flew over there because it was stuck between two rocks, and it wasn't going to be dislodged. And
most likely it went through the water.
That's what I say. If they are really showing us the real territory. Because they could just be showing us a desert over in fucking Arizona or something.
Right, because we know it's all water worlds. All the sci-fi be like water worlds. Go through a portal. It'd be like simulations of water. And where all the trash motherfucking go? Like, it's only so many trash heaps you can create. No, they just put the shit in the water, and the water probably fucking taking it over there.
That was on currently AT&T today.
Because you know Earth is ghetto as fuck. So the trash probably did go over there. So just imagine, basically, if we look at that map, let's just imagine that. Let's just pick the one that looked like it got all the little trees, that dome. And so the white part on the table, that's the ocean or the water. Yeah. All you got to do is get that combination or technology to get through the motherfucking dome, Get on your maritime boat and go into Mars. I'm going to put Mars, since they claim it's deserty, with the white thingy there, with the white equipment. So I'm going to say that's Mars.
Do you know those people are spectators over there, right? In that one in the lower left. That's like Sinbad. That's the Adventures of Sinbad. They had them in a dome, in a glass, like a aquarium, and the people outside were looking in on them. The Adventures of Sinbad. That's in that movie.
Wow, see, I never watched Sinbad either. So,
I used to watch it.
Like Aladdin, a whole new world.
Like a whole new world, exactly.
Motherfucking new world.
Yeah, Mick Jones. Like that's a great call out. Mick Jones said the left hand picture is a picture of Walt Disney. Yeah, that's exactly how Disneyland is laid out.
Exactly.
Disneyland is showing us
what it is.
All the motherlands.
Oh, I didn't know that's what it means. Nas confundum means they confuse us. And if that ain't the damn truth. But yeah, that's what the map of Disneyland, that's the same map that they're showing us. Nas confundum is showing us. It's the same exact map.
They telling you with the sun.
And if you watch any cartoons or any anime, whenever they showing maps of shit or sci-fi movies, it always look like this shit. Like,
yeah,
what's all this other shit over here?
Right.
They tell you.
Right, just like Nisi Poo, remember son Scotty, she was watching an episode of The Man Who Fell to Earth, and did they not have in there the picture of Earth or our territory?
Yeah, our territory, and it had a little ice wall.
It hit the ice wall. Mm-hmm.
And then another little red territory that looked like mostly like red terrain that had partial ice wall around it.
So that's still coming off of that map that, no confunding is showing us. So I was tripping. I'm like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me these fuckers slipped this in the movie in 76?
They got it in their songs too.
So ain't nobody paying attention like that. They like, yeah, the world is round and the earth is, we got other planets that are spinning balls all around here. It was really sci-fi.
Right, but yet they dropping this in the 70s. So all of those people in the background, those are high political people around the world that they invited. And what they were doing, sorry, y'all, this is spoiler alert. What they were doing was inviting these high profile people, and they were switching their ass out to robots.
Ooh.
I'm telling you.
They're doing that now, though.
You think? Let's start with they ain't switching nobody out, period. They put on the scene.
Yeah. They put on the scene, exactly.
They are put on the scene. Literally, that's what this entire movie was about. And I was just tripping. I'm like, wait a minute. They got up in here transhumanism. They got up in here the dome worlds. I'm like, I can't believe in 1976 they was dropping this information.
Yeah, they were. And Sinbad, I don't know how long ago that was. but you know that Disney song, "It's a Small World After All." Mm-hmm. And they show you how, when you go through the tunnel, they show you how close all these worlds are with those little mannequins they have and stuff. They already tell you everything.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that with you all. That movie is Future World. You can also, again, go watch the original Westworld. I did not know that was a remake from the 70s. Now, I didn't bother watching the original Westworld. I'm like, I already know what shook down on that. But the Future World, which I'm behind on the Westworld series, so I'm assuming even that Westworld series is getting into the Future World, what they was dropping there. So I think, let's go over our guys, nos confunden. So what did my guys say that means? They confuse us. Shout out to them. Hold on, I want to go over their vid. I've been binge watching their stuff too. So hold on a second. So let me bring that up. I highly suggest you all go subscribe to them. I still haven't gotten through all of their videos. So they put a lot of work out there on YouTube. So you can definitely catch their stuff on YouTube. So go check them out. Nos confunden. They confuse us. So thanks for dropping that in the chat for us. So we'll know that as well. So this particular vid I wanted to share with the fam regarding them. And sorry, y'all, now everything I got to do, I literally have to, hold on, do it twice in case my backup stuff get messed up. I'll have a copy. All right, so this is from Nos Confunden. Go subscribe to their YouTube channel. They have all of their info. They have a lot of content on here, fam. You'll literally be binge watching. And what I like about it, they're going into each and every one of these territories, fam. Each and every one of them. Mars, Venus, all of them territories, the custodians. This one, they're going to go over the Anunnaki. So it is very well worth it. I'm telling you, you're going to be binge watching their stuff. All right. So this one is about the Raggedy Anunnaki. Let me make sure the subtitles are on. I need English. I need it translated to English. Wait a minute.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
The original Westworld is worth a look at.
Is it? Okay, I'll put that on the list. Okay. I'm going to go on and put that on the list then. Because I'm like, I know the original Westworld. Okay, I go on and look at it then. Okay, so I got some more work to do. Okay, fam, here we go. So shout out to Nos Confunden. They confuse us. So shout out to them. Now, y'all going to have to read on this. Because you know they stuff is in Spanish. Okay? So you're going to have to read the little subtitles. So here we go.
Los textos sumerios antiguos se refieren a los Anunnaki como una raza que llegó fuera de la Tierra conocida. Por consiguiente, podríamos llamarles extraterrestres, y se cuenta que estos seres eran extremadamente poderosos y avanzados que persiguieron y posiblemente controlan hoy en día a la humanidad. Pero, ¿es posible que estos seres hayan venido detrás de los polos y que aún se encuentren custodiando que todo siga según el plan que idearon miles de años atrás? Además, ¿por qué nos intentan controlar? ¿Cuál es el...
So, just to refresh folks' memory, that picture that they were showing you on Future World of them domes. So, this is where we are. So the center of this, when you hear folks talk about known lands, that's what we know. So North America, Asia, all of that jazz. Okay, that's the known. This is the ice wall around there. Okay, now just this circle part, they keep showing you this over and over in movies. Nisi Poo just caught it in The Man Who Fell to Earth. Truman Show came on 2 nights ago. I saw them put it up there on the Truman Show, and they even had on the Truman Show the dome. The whole Truman Show was literally about being segregated to one part of the land. That's all the Truman Show was about. Being spectatored, somebody watching you, the watchers. That's what the Truman Show was about. They were telling you what is going on with the reality that, quote, quote, we know. Okay, so go back and watch the Truman Show. They dropped a lot of jewels in there. Okay, so all we seeing was Sis Sandra was saying that they claim that Mars had some trash. So all I was saying was, you mean to Mars that all you got to do is go through the ice wall. So you see the little opening there. So once you go through this particular opening, and notice, if you look at this map, there's a couple of ways you can go through. Okay, you still got other territory. All right. Now, if y'all get into Nus Kafundin's vids, they're going to even go into each one of these territories, fam, within our little circle. They're going to get into all of this. Okay, they're even going to get into this. So this is still our realm. We're still in our realm. So you have to pass all through that. And then once you make it past these walls, you see the motherfucking sea, then you start making it to the other worlds. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. All right, so let's continue.
Ese plan. Según los textos de la literatura babilónica, el 12º planeta, conocido como Nibiru, estaba poblado por seres humanoides muy similares a nosotros, los seres humanos. ¿Dónde queda realmente este planeta llamado Nibiru? Si consideramos la teoría de la Tierra infinita, es muy posible que este lugar llamado Nibiru se encuentre en algún lugar no tan lejano detrás de la Antártida y que estos seres hayan visitado esta parte del plano muchas veces durante su larga vida. Sea porque se hayan visto en algún problema grave en el lugar donde se asentaban, o sea por otra razón desconocida, estos seres salieron a la búsqueda a través de este plano con algún fin y, según cuentan, la idea estaba centrada en metales preciosos y seres con potencial espiritual suficiente para considerarnos una verdadera amenaza. Veremos entonces qué cuentan los textos sumerios. Se cuenta que los llamados nibiruanos utilizaron naves para enviar individuos y bienes esenciales desde su lugar hacia la tierra conocida entre los muros de hielo. Después de llegar, los seres avanzados establecieron bases en la antigua Mesopotamia, en la Antártida y en otros lugares de este plano. Algunos cuentan que extrajeron oro y otros metales, y se establecieron minas de oro en África del Sur, donde se encontraban abundantes depósitos de este mineral.
Sorry. Okay, so when they're talking about the Anunnaki, now bring their motherfucking funky asses over here. They're up in the Sumerian text now. And they're basically, we know that the Sumerian texts say they were coming over here to mine for gold. Okay. And in my opinion, that's when they also were excavating the natural resources from the earth. So that's really how a lot of that terraforming also came into play, and them tearing down the ancient tree roots and extracting the material out of there as well. Okay. Now the Sumerian texts don't go into saying they tore down the ancient trees. It just said they came over here excavating the gold. All right. But that's just my spin on it, because to me, they were the ones that terraformed our particular realm. Okay. So I just want to throw that in there.
Que extrajeron oro y otros metales, y se establecieron minas de oro en África del Sur, donde se encontraban abundantes depósitos de este mineral. Debido a que realizar el trabajo como minero no convenía a los maestros nibiruanos, el pueblo Anunnaki fue enviado para hacer el trabajo por ellos. Tratados como una especie de esclavos que representaban el elemento de trabajo de esta sociedad, a pesar de que sus características físicas e intelectuales se imponían a nuestros actuales estándares humanos modernos. Debido a sus características superiores, los Anunnaki pronto se rebelaron contra sus supervisores y exigieron crear un ser inferior con el fin de hacer este pequeño trabajo en su lugar.
So when you all see, okay, in YouTube, you're catching up to it now. When you all see this particular Sumerian picture, they're showing, there go that purse, there go that man purse, that merce. Remember, we talked about that merce is technology, right? Remember, we talked about that he who held this merce, each merce had a different function or a different power that it possessed. Okay? So when you see these old pictures and you see these beings carrying this purse, and I just nicknamed it a merce, that's technology. And they were individually unique. And whoever controlled the master merce controlled the realm. So each one of the Anunnaki beings, they didn't have the master merce. They only had what was assigned to them. And not only was it technology, it also had sets of instructions with it as well. Okay, so let's not forget that. The second thing I wanted to point out, when you see this thing in the middle, this is the DNA tree. This represents the DNA tree. And it is telling you the Anunnaki doing genetic engineering. Okay? So when you read them Sumerian texts and they're talking about creating these different species and beings, it was basically genetic engineering. Okay? That's why we keep telling you all that there were multiple creations. Right? So it was more than one creation than what they're telling you in the Bible. Okay, that one creation story that they're telling you in the Bible, Adam, that's just one creation and only going by one specific bloodline. But there were multiple creations. And I want you all to be clear. Okay, where are we at? 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So let me back this up.
se imponían.
All right. Before the Anunnaki got here with the invasion, there were already people chilling in the realm. There were already organic, natural, indigenous beings in this realm. And specifically North America. Okay? So if they were here first, and if that's of your bloodline, part of your bloodline, your people were here first, and you had other beings outside of this realm coming into the realm, doing genetic engineering and creating other beings and terraforming, that tells you that that original or the creation story that they are giving you, does that fit your bloodline? Okay. All right. So I just wanted to show you all the visual, because now we should be able to put together what they're calling mythology, what they're calling religion, and what I'm showing you, what they would call conspiracy theory. Now we should be able to start to put these things together. Okay. All right. So let me go. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
What if them being so advanced to do all these gene experiments is just a way of them talking around the fact that they excavated a lot of quote unquote indigenous wombs. If they looked like us and bipeds and physically resemble us, considering that even in their writings, they speak about how beautiful the indigenous women were.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't want to admit that they were a bunch of, can't say that word.
So you think that, and I think I know where you're going with this, that this all was a part of coming over and breeding with the indigenous women.
Because they knew that all the rights went through
the woman. Mm-hmm.
They knew that from home because they had to get the permission of the mothers in order to do what they did. They ain't had shit back home.
Mm-hmm.
The women controlled shit there. So I guess they gave them permission to go someplace else. If you want to rule someplace, take that shit somewhere
else. It's interesting because even Nos Confunden in one of his vids said that when they were doing this genetic engineering, that they were doing artificial insemination.
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, the artificial insemination would be with who? The indigenous women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So women, do you understand why it is important for you to PYP? Protect your portal? This stuff has been going on for a long time. So meaning for you to understand at a soul level who you are procreating with, it's important. Now, why I can't get my other computer back up is pissing me off. A great point.
Because they know by nature what type of protectors the indigenous woman is. So they know that she's going to protect her offspring irregardless to who the father is.
Right.
Because it's a part of her. And
absolutely.
Wicked games.
Yeah, that's why I made the statement that women, you could clean this shit up in one generation. I guarantee you. You could shut it right the fuck on down. But you need to be consciously and subconsciously aware of what you are doing. You're supposed to know why you're bringing a soul into the realm and whom you're bringing that soul into the realm with. You're supposed to know down to that soul vibrational level. Because otherwise, hell, this is some serious shit. And I would agree with you, Brother Sean. I think that's exactly what it was. Okay. All right. So let me get back to this. So before I do, y'all see all of this that they're showing you that's still in our quote, quote, territory. Y'all see Odin and them, Odin, Asgard. And then on the other side, they had Atlantis and Lemuria. But all that's still our territory. Okay? All right, so let me get back. All right, so we talked about the DNA. Okay, here we go.
Algunas teorías cuentan que mezclaron su ADN con animales primitivos de la Tierra, pero la realidad es que muy posiblemente se haya generado una terrible guerra antes entre los maestros niburianos y los Anunnaki, y eso haya ocasionado un reseteo en la Tierra conocida. Se cuenta que Enki y Ninmah, dos de los líderes, no tuvieron ningún problema en intentar exterminar toda vida durante la guerra niburiana que se libró. Después de toda su lucha, la humanidad tuvo que empezar de cero, ya que luego de vivir con ellos por largos años, algunos fueron educados en todo tipo de materia, ya sea tecnológica, científica, social e incluso militar. Los humanos llegaron al conocimiento de las otras tierras detrás de los muros de hielo, y era un precio que se debía pagar. Según la teoría, se dice que estos seres cada cierto tiempo volvían a la Tierra antes de cada reseteo, donde todo volvía a comenzar. En su última visita, los Anunnaki derrotados permanecieron en la Tierra, precisamente como fue ordenado por sus dioses o maestros.
So let me just run that back, because they talking about the resets.
Cada cierto tiempo volvían a la Tierra antes de cada reseteo, donde todo volvía a comenzar. En su última visita, los Anunnaki derrotados permanecieron en la Tierra, precisamente como fue ordenado por sus dioses o maestros. ¿Cuál era entonces el objetivo ahora? Que la humanidad no llegara al conocimiento de las otras tierras y su verdadero poder espiritual que cada uno de nosotros podía desarrollar. La derrota de la gran guerra niburiana trajo la esclavitud espiritual y la prohibición del conocimiento de la verdadera historia humana. Esto fue bastante sencillo de llevar a cabo. Finalmente, tras generaciones, los humanos comenzaron a luchar por los deseos terrenales, salvo algunas excepciones, orientándose en esa dirección. moldeando sus objetivos por medio de infiltraciones en la educación y creación de todo tipo de partidos para su división absoluta. Haciendo
So just real quick, he's just showing you, it's really the same map. Only thing is he's just not, this is somebody else's map. This isn't their map. I've seen this map before. So just again, this is still our realm. And they're just showing you in the middle, that's us. Okay, so they're showing you the sun and the moon. And then there's in this map, they're showing you the outer layer. They have a sun and the moon. And then the other outer layer have a sun and the moon. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. Now, again, this isn't their particular map. I've seen this map before. But either way, anytime you see these maps, it's going to be consistent. They all seem to be clear of how this realm really looks. We're in what we're calling the known territory. Now, to our knowledge, the outside territory, they may not damn know about us. I don't know that. Okay, but you're going to keep seeing this specific pattern on any of these maps that they're going to show you.
Entonces, el humano fue olvidando su pasado, el conocimiento de las otras tierras y su libertad espiritual. Hoy en día este tema es bastante ridiculizado y jamás textos que hablen sobre estos temas llegarán a los libros oficiales, ni tampoco a ningún medio masivo de difusión que aún hoy utilizan los que gobiernan a los que gobiernan, quiero decir, los Anunnaki que custodian por órdenes de los maestros niburianos. Pero no todo el plan salió perfectamente. Algunos humanos se rebelaron en la antigüedad antes del reseteo de 1750 y algunos de ellos que fueron...
Brother Odel, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it says ancient times before the reset of 1750.
Yep. Yep, they ain't playing with this.
I'm like, I don't know. Well, I kind of know how you know. Yeah, I kind of know how you know. But I remember you said, no, it was a reset in the 1700s. I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, that's right, 1740s. We had one. We had a reset then. And then after that, that's when we got the foundlings. And then we got the world affairs. And they had all the tech from the old societies. That's when they're showing it, and then the rest of the and then it was removed from society, and then they put us on what we're on today. So
okay.
Yeah, the ancient tech still got the Vatican. A lot of stuff still in the catacombs in the Vatican. All the most important stuff is being hidden away. But as you know, sister, the re-releasing the tech, as you know.
Yeah, so just to be clear, let me lower your hand. Yeah, okay, nephew knew why. I think you unmuted. Hold on, wait a minute. Sorry, y'all. So just to be clear, Brother Odel, you saying that the reset happened 1740. They saying 1750 don't matter because it takes 10-something years to get them together. And you're saying prior to the 1740. We had different technology. So all of that Tartarian technology that they talking about, that's what we had, right?
Yeah, that's right. I've got a full talk on it. We can do it whenever you're ready. So
we could do that next week. We're going to come out the door with that next week.
I just wanted to add that I saw somewhere that the patent office were established in the early 1800s. Which would correlate to when the reset happened, where now they're repatenting everything that would consider new technology, which is them just picking it up on their own and marketing it for themselves, where now we can't use it, essentially, because it's now being patented in the 1800s.
So you're saying that the official patent office started in the 1800s?
Early, I want to say 1830s, but I looked over it when I was reading
But still, that was after that reset is the point we're trying to make, right?
That's the point I'm trying to make. If what you're showing here, so right after this happened, they got time to establish themselves, come over, and then they started to patent everything. And we know all that is law. We're not into any of that. So all that is Black Europeans coming over here.
Right.
Our tech.
Here they come with the porn stuff. Every time we get to dropping these receipts, here come the porn bots.
Right. So yeah, basically it just correlates with everything that this presenter is saying. Yeah. That was our last major reset.
Wow, yeah. So wouldn't it be safe to assume that Nikola Tesla's, like I have been saying, that ain't nothing that he came up with. That's that last reset technology, right?
Right.
That's right.
Right.
And he got the information on it.
He was able to put his name on it, as Brother Odel was saying. He got the rights to do that. As we know, he has to get approval.
Right.
And now with his name on it, they can now market it, do whatever they want to do with it, hide it.
Wow. All right, let's continue. When I saw that, Brother Odel, I said, oh, he's at the reset at 1750. Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
En la antigüedad antes del reseteo de 1750 y algunos de ellos que fueron perseguidos en cada rincón de este plano incluso lograron escapar entre los pasajes que se encuentran en las murallas de hielo y eventualmente se establecieron como personas libres en otras partes de las tierras más allá de los polos, viviendo sus vidas como se describe en muchos textos antiguos o como se llaman en algunos textos, las bestias salvajes del desierto. Aquellas personas muy posiblemente se asentaron en las tierras conocidas como Marte, detrás del Polo Sur.
Where'd they say the people that escaped had went? Most likely they settled on the lands known as what? Mars? Behind the what? The South Pole. So, Sis Sandra, they could have been ghetto Earth's trash if that was not faked.
I would say it would be Anunnaki's trash. They're the rough ones, or the rusty ones.
Yeah, but we was just joking, saying because supposedly and allegedly, they found some trash on Mars, and I was joking, saying that's probably ghetto Earth's trash, or Sis Sandra may have said it. That's the trash that came from Earth over to Mars, because it's right. It's in the back door.
The backyard, yeah.
Yeah, it's right in the backyard. So they're literally telling you it's behind the South Pole. Well, let's continue.
Se cuenta que los maestros volvieron a realizar experimentos que aún hoy se llevan a cabo, todos ellos para oprimir al ser espiritual. El jefe científico Enki y el médico Ninti, jefes de los Anunnaki, utilizaron manipulación genética y fertilización in vitro con el fin de crear a seres humanos carentes de cualquier tipo de sentimiento y empatía por su propia raza. Y son los que hoy se encuentran gobernando y llevan a cabo decisiones donde la población no tiene forma de inferir. Jefes de organizaciones internacionales, militares y en países importantes donde se imponen sus reglas en base a su poder. El proceso consistió en el desarrollo de un organismo biológico en un entorno controlado no biológico, similar a tubos de vaso de laboratorio, como se muestra en el sello de un antiguo cilindro sumerio. Después de que los Anunnaki crearon a estos hombres que llamaremos guardianes de las murallas, todavía se enfrentan a un gran problema: los humanos que escaparon y se dispersaron en una gran parte de las otras tierras detrás de los polos. ¿Cómo podían entonces encontrarlos ahora? Eran un peligro inminente, sabiendo que podían regresar y despertar al humano alguna vez. Se sabe que también el tiempo que transcurre es totalmente diferente aquí en la Tierra conocida que detrás de los polos, donde los Anunnaki pueden vivir alrededor de 700 u 800 años, como
All right, so y'all peep that where he's saying, I'm telling you, in this 12 minutes, baby, he pack like boom, boom, boom. He packing a lot of information in these little 12 minutes. So he basically saying that poles where the people here can live around 700 or 800 years. Now, didn't according to the Bible, Sis Sandra, are you off? Are you on? I unmuted you. Let me try to. Okay, you there?
I'm here. Hold on.
Okay, you good. I was just gonna ask a Bible question.
I was muted because I was trying to get what he was saying and you were saying at the same time, and reading the text as it was.
I know, because you know he talking in Spanish, but I'm stopping it because I know people reading, and I'm just trying to point stuff out. So where I'm going with this 700 or 800 years,
yeah.
Who's the oldest person documented via that Bible?
Methuselah, I think.
Right. And who's Methuselah's family members up in that Bible?
That would be Noah and those people.
Yeah, that's Noah, right?
Yeah.
You mean Noah the giant?
Well, obviously so. They say no.
Yeah, you mean
but,
Enoch's relative?
Well, he said there's some people escaped from the invasion, right? So this is what I'm getting when he's saying this, that some got away from these creators.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that's that free area.
And they went
to the free area, right?
To the free area. So I would imagine, I don't know if they're talking about some of the indigenous or some of their creation escapes.
Yeah, that I don't know. That I don't know.
That's the part I was trying to figure out, because they had wars here. And that's the wars he's talking about, and some escaped.
Yeah, that's just the wars here. But that's why I'm encouraging y'all to where'd you go, son Scotty?
Your video is still running.
It shouldn't be. I'm paused.
Oh, maybe I'm a little late.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm encouraging y'all to
Big problem is that the humans escaped and dispersed in large part to other lands behind the poles. As they could then find them, now they were an imminent danger. So they escaped. Humans escaped.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we're in agreement. That's what the man said. Okay.
So maybe the humans were larger beings, because if you look at the picture of the one we started with, the black sun and the dinosaurs on the other guy, you were a G.
Yeah, Brother G, because I never get his name right. Right.
Yeah. The dinosaurs were way too big for this planet. So when they have Texas, in Texas, they found dinosaur prints with human prints too. So, I mean, the dinosaurs was obviously way bigger than the human, but the prints were, I mean, it had to be big prints for them to find them with the dinosaur, because the dinosaur would have obliterated them. So I don't know how big the people were that were humans here at the time, because they have that dinosaur print with the human print inside of it, I think.
Okay, I'm just going by. I asked you to verify the Bible for me.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm saying. So back to verified up in this Bible. Methuselah was documented up in the Bible as the oldest person, right?
Yes.
Methuselah's bloodline is Noah and them, right?
Yes.
Enoch is that bloodline, right? Yes. Enoch.
Yeah, I think so. I have to.
Yeah, he is.
Well, there was 2 of them. That's the problem. There's a that's duplicity in the Bible, because there was like 2 people named the same name.
Well, okay, I'm talking about the Enoch that they struck up out of the Bible purposely, that you have to go get his own little book. The Enoch that explained how the earth really looks, that Enoch, that's a part of Noah and them bloodline. That's the Enoch I'm talking about. He is a part of Noah's and them bloodline. So where I'm going with that is, it's either one or 2 things. And I think it's really both, to be honest. Yeah. You hit the Anunnaki bloodline. Let's be clear. Noah and them is part of Anunnaki and them bloodline. Lived a long time. And the indigenous people on the planet, folks was living a long time.
It was a different atmosphere, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And time didn't matter back then, so.
Right. So that's all I was trying to say. It's just peep game he's giving you. He's saying when these people escaped, they went over to the free realm. And it really ain't free. That's why y'all gotta watch their other YouTube videos, because they fighting and clowning over in those realms too. It's some dramatization, jumping off over in them realms too.
You know, I saw a picture of this man giving a documentary. He was an older man giving a documentary of the space travel landing on Mars. And he was saying in his interview, there was some big black men on Mars. They were tall, giant like dudes.
Mm-hmm.
So he said that they threatened them and told them they had to get off.
Yeah. And you can go to this channel and they do, matter of fact, I bought the book. And I read it in like 20 minutes. They do a whole drop on Mars. They literally tell you who's on Mars in that book.
Yeah.
And they have it. And if you don't have to buy the book, if you don't want to, go to the YouTube channel. He has a video on Mars. He tells you exactly who is inhabiting Mars.
And that's something. And then now they want to go there, they say.
Right. That's why I encourage you all to watch that video. Go watch that video, because it's going to become crystal clear why they are encouraging folks to go there. When I looked at that video, I said, I'll be damned. So go watch that Mars video. It's going to give you the answers.
I think I know what it is already.
Yeah. And to be honest, it's really simple. All right, so let me continue. I know y'all be dragging these little 12 minutes or whatever out, but I be needing to stop it to clarify.
I think it's pretty good that,
como así lo hacían los faraones del antiguo Egipto o las historias antiguas conocidas.
Because there's a lot of people on this chat who know the
Debían resolver este conflicto que no los dejaba dormir, y la solución llegó junto con la idea del gran diluvio, como se lo llamó luego. Esto fue mutuamente acordado y se intentaría aniquilar a estos humanos fugitivos sin que ellos sepan lo que estaba por venir.
So did y'all catch that they said the Great Deluge had to resolve this conflict that did not let them sleep, and the solution came along with the idea of the Great Deluge, as it was later called. Okay, i.e. another reset, but let's continue.
fue mutuamente acordado y se intentaría aniquilar a estos humanos fugitivos sin que ellos sepan lo que estaba por venir. Este diluvio debía abarcar una gran parte de la Tierra y de las otras más allá. Es posible que esto ocasionara que Marte también quedara afectada. Como comentamos en videos anteriores, Marte se encontraría más allá del Polo Sur. Sin embargo, el director científico Enki, quien fue uno de los líderes y convencido de que esto era demasiado complejo de realizar, ya que afectaría a varias razas a la vez, solo con el anhelo de aniquilar lo que quedaba de la verdad humana y su pasado. Algunas teorías confirman que al final no se llevó a cabo de esta forma, aunque posiblemente dio comienzo a un nuevo reseteo en la Tierra conocida.
So again, that deluge that they are talking about is, they explained it in the Sumerian text, and they talked about the Great Flood, and in the Sumerian text, that's when they was talking about that one brother in Leo wanted the deluge. Enki didn't want the deluge, so he went and told the quote humans what was gonna jump off, and Enki had him and his sister went and gathered up the DNA specimens. So that's equivalent to what they are telling you all in the Bible is the flood. Okay?
That's the Noah story when they're
That's the Noah story.
Animals of each kind.
Absolutely. But in the Sumerian text, they clearly tell you that Enki told his bloodline, Noah and them. That's how I know that Noah and them is of that bloodline.
Yeah, that's their clones. Yeah.
That's their peeps.
They're human sleeves. Yeah.
Exactly. It's their mixed bloodline.
Yeah, and I wanted to put in on that earlier part. They said they had genetically engineered them to have no empathy or feeling. So when we were talking about how these motherfuckers doing this, because they ain't got no empathy or feeling, they programmed to do this shit.
And it's interesting because y'all know I'm on the Man Who Fell to Earth, and he constantly. Faraday constantly has to struggle with understanding what human emotions are. Constantly has to struggle with that. And a couple episodes was literally dedicated to him and his emotions. And matter of fact, that his emotions was one of the main conditions of him trying to understand what formula he needed to build that black sun. Although he had to use a melanated woman from Earth to really give him what the key component of that formula was, which was hydrogen. Now, this week, I know this is spoiler alert, but he had found out that he wasn't sent back to build that black sun. This really spoiler alert, y'all. He wasn't sent back to build that black sun to go save his planet. He was sent to build the black sun because this realm would need it, but he was sent to bring his people here.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally the episode that came on Sunday. That was the last thing he said.
So I'm thinking like CERN now.
They opening up these portals.
And
Mars and shit. Nobody is talking about, oh yeah, let's go to over there. No, these motherfuckers trying to come here. They bringing shit here.
Yeah, Newton tricked him. Exactly. Akaya. Newton tricked him.
The spiritual war that they're fighting for. So.
Yep, and bring his people here. Yeah. So to me, it's telling you two folds, fam. The Man Who Fell to Earth. It is telling you what already had done happen. So it's telling you about the Anunnaki and them coming here, terraforming, and bringing their people here. I just said straight up. I said, wait a minute, what? So y'all just gonna straight sit up here and say, oh, well, old boy was lying through his teeth. Oh, shoot, I don't want to mute Brother Sean. He was really here to get this atmosphere ready so his people, to bring his people here.
You know what I've been thinking about? Since we see all these lands beyond the poles, and DJZPE, he gave me an idea about what death is. Maybe death is the rotating of us to these different realms. Instead of getting out, getting free of the slavery, but we rotate to different ones. I don't know if we brought that up before, but I think because we never die. And so, and I know that the on the harmonics line of the how they siphon our energy, we have to obviously go to that area instead of being lying, like that you grab the.
Here come the Russian bots. I know y'all fuckers want to come up in here. Thank you for confirming that we dropping this fire. Go ahead on, sis.
Yeah, I think that we really go into the electrical planes of the universe, and that's where we get captured and give life to these other planets. And so I think that's what death really is for us. But then again, we have reincarnation as well. So that is the reincarnation part of it, you think?
I can go with that. I can go with that also. But you do realize that what we've been trying to say, and specifically Brother Sean and Brother Odel, there's higher realms than even that.
Outside of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I feel what you're saying, sis, and yeah, I can go with that.
Because these people who are in lower vibration, they got to go somewhere, and they won't be going to the higher, obviously.
Right.
And then the ones who are in higher vibration, they're going to go to another land outside of maybe the black sun, or maybe their vibration is not high enough. They may go within the realm of the black sun, but in another realm, because they have these divisions here for a purpose.
Right, because it's different frequencies, and that's why I encourage you all to go check out this YouTube channel, Lost Confunding, because he's literally breaking down each one of those different territories or lands or domes, and it's conflict on all of them.
Yeah.
It's some dramatization on all of them. Exactly, Akaya. All of it needs to go.
Yeah, obviously.
But yeah, that's a great point.
Auntie.
Yes.
What I draw out of that your presentation was that how he's basically exploiting the black woman to get his creation started, because it's through her he's getting
absolutely
the factor he needed to get the wisdom.
Absolutely.
And if he had told her the truth that it's to bring his people to Earth, would she really have him?
She wouldn't have helped him.
Right.
No.
That's why I'm saying it's an advantage.
Yeah, because Earth would be a lower realm. Maybe they had a higher realm.
No, the opposite.
It was the opposite. Absolutely. It's the opposite. Absolutely, Nephew.
So they came up a little bit, huh?
they're trying to come up on on the black woman.
Right. They're trying to come up. And it's interesting you say that, nephew, because now they're slanting the little series where, oh boy, Faraday is falling in love with her.
Yeah.
And she falling in love with him. But now, mind you, just like a degenerate man, he got a wife at the crib on a whole nother motherfucking planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
He got a wife
children.
and children. Right. I ain't forgot about that bullshit. See, because I'm going to cuss you plumb the fuck on out. You
But all
think
that
you
came from
finna
the
come
white
over
man.
here with that bullshit. No, you take your ass back to your planet with your old lady. Don't bring that fuckery over here.
That's that maritime traveling friggin' bullshit.
Right. You gonna
Traveling,
maritime your ass
yeah.
over here and think you're gonna talk me out of my panties. I don't give a damn about none of that traveling you done blood, none of that.
Well, Auntie, it goes back to what you showed us with the Peter Pan. Because if what you said was true, is that the guy that was the father basically came to, let's say, America, bred 2 children that had let's say the gene of an oracle, and then brought them back to Europe so that they can be raised by, I'm saying Portuguese bloodline and Black European.
Exactly.
Because I'm like, why are they so special? Oh, who's the mother?
Right. Now, Tinkerbell's mom is with Angelina Jolie.
Oh, is it?
That's yeah. Tinkerbell's mom is Angelina Jolie, but they hinted that Angelina Jolie, I think she's mixed, but that's in real life. But they show where she has special powers because she was the one that gave that baby that little Tinkerbell and told her it was magical. So his motherfucking funky stinking ass, the degenerate that he is, and literally in the movie, y'all, he's a degenerate gambler. I ain't even lying. Child, let me tell you something. I'm finna to rewatch that this weekend. He's literally a degenerate gambler in a little movie, which is why both of his children pieced on out on his ass. But yeah, it's basically the same story. He ran his funky ass over to the Americas, had the baby by the indigenous American lady, brought that baby back over there, then met up with the European lady, Angelina Jolie.
Too, to the European, wherever she's from.
And Angelina's people got some change.
Yeah, exactly.
They had some change. So yeah, they keep telling us the same story over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's the same thing Inky, Binky, Linky, and them asses did too. The same thing they did, and then it repeated itself with Black Europeans. It's the same shit over and over again, and then they're showing you that again in The Man Who Fell to Earth. Because when I start seeing that gleaming look in that alien's eyes, Faraday, I saw, no, you didn't. You got a whole motherfucking wife on what's the face planet with children. So, but yeah, that's what they have queued up to, that he's supposed to be bringing his peep.
Yeah, and he's
here.
There.
So that I'm telling y'all, that series is on and popping. They throwing a lot of jewels in it, so that's gonna be interesting. All right. So, but anyway, y'all. So that's when they talk about that deluge, and when they talk about the deluge as is connected with the flood, they specifically in the Sumerian text, they give you a lot more detail that lines up with the Noah flood in the Bible. And just one more note, there were many other resets and wars before this biblical war that they're telling you in the Bible, the biblical war, deluge or flood or reset. There were Gilgamesh, absolutely. And we just described to y'all, Brother Odell said that he had already told us that a reset happened in the 1700s, specifically 1740. And now Nus Confunding is telling you the 1750s. So resets just keep happening. Okay. So, all right, let's go on into it.
Esta gran inundación limpió a la humanidad a excepción de los fugitivos conocedores de la verdad. Los descubrimientos científicos recientes como las minas de oro del Neolítico en el sur de África o el seguimiento de todo el ADN humano a una sola fuente llamada Eva del Génesis, algunos de estos registros podrían confirmar la interpretación de los registros sumerios. Y sin embargo, otro hecho interesante es que los científicos no pueden relacionar cómo el Homo sapiens haya aparecido desde 1750 con estructuras que no son propias de la época, y sin ningún tipo de explicación posible acerca de su repentina evolución.
All right, Brother Odell, did you catch what he said? I'm gonna back it up. Since 1750, with structures that are not typical of the time and without
un tipo de explicación
any possible
posible
explanation about
acerca de su repentina
its sudden
evolución.
Oh, okay, I guess that's the end of it. So, am I reading too much into it? Or are they literally suggesting that in the 1700s, some DNA was changed?
Mm-hmm. Well, think of all those babies that came, the orphans. Sorry, they were
the orphan trains. Yeah.
Yeah. Got pictures of the stuff. We're covering it anyway. But yeah, that's spot on. That's
the thing is, where the children all become able to work, and just where did they come from? Where are their parents?
So there you have it, fam. Again, this is from Nos Confunding. This is Los Anunnaki in La Terra Infinita. Y'all gonna make me pick up a lot of Spanish messing with y'all. So check them out.
And to be serious, I feel they're hiding the information by keeping it in Spanish because they could easily do it in English.
He's just starting now to do his stuff in English. As a matter of fact, when I wrote back to them,
right,
I asked them to do their book in English, and now they have an English version of that book out. I just don't think his audience, he didn't have a huge English audience. He's just starting to get a matter of fact, to be honest, I think I'm the only content creator. I am the only content creator because the other motherfuckers was biting off of me and not giving me nor them any credit.
Right.
So his main audience is Spanish. We're the ones just bringing this to the English audience.
Yeah, because it's a lot of information. Like I said,
it's a lot of information, y'all. It's a lot of information. So shout out to them. Yeah, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm sitting up here watching their videos. Then the man who fell to Earth. Then here we got the 1970 Westworld stuff. I'm like, well, damn.
Right. And we're still waiting for the 1800 drop.
Right. So next week out the gate, we're literally going to, soon as Brother Odell, soon as you get in the house, we're literally going to dedicate that. Let's go over this 1740 reset. We got to do it.
Yeah, it's fine.
We got to do it. Fine. We got to do it. So, and that's a good way to wrap up So with that said, and DJ, I'm going to look over your material that you dropped in the chat. I'm gonna look that over, beloved, this weekend as well. I'm gonna start looking that over too. So thank you for that.
Auntie Sister Sandra's hand is
oh, okay. She got muted again. That's an interesting point. Sis Nonya said, yeah, they want Spanish folks to know because they closest to the Antarctic. Yeah, and they're closest to that opening. It's easier to cross there.
Well, you know, the Spanish people give their allegiance to the ones who are the controller, which is the Pope.
Everybody get a allegiance. So in the Spanish people's defense.
I mean, they give allegiance as far
Christian.
as the religion.
Yeah, they're less Christian.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
As far as their religion. And they don't have the Bible. They have their things that they teach them. So they have a different concept. Because I asked a Mexican girl that was a friend of mine, I said, I was talking about the Bible. She looked at me crazy. And I said, you guys don't have the Bible? She said, no.
You mean in South America, right?
Here in this country.
Okay. You make a sense. Okay.
So, I mean, the Bible was made for this particular country.
Yeah, they said that.
And yeah, and there's people here on this plane right here. So that leaves the fact that they don't know what we read or what we've been told. They have their own
I
telling.
see what you're saying. Okay, that's a good perspective, sis. I never would have known that. Okay.
Yeah, they have their own telling. So okay, so one of the things that keep nagging at me, if there was a deluge and Noah was a giant, he would be considered one of the giants that lived through the floods. Because the Bible says, and after. There was giants in the land and after.
Yeah, because we know that Noah survived. I mean, all books account for Noah and his bloodline surviving, right?
Yeah.
The Bible said that. Enoch said that. And the Sumerian text said that. Sumerian text just gave more detail because Noah was of their bloodline. So Enki gave him the drop on everything they needed to do. Because in the Sumerian text, they said they got on ships in the air.
Yeah, they did say that in the text.
Yeah. I know it's a lot. DJ ZPE said the year is 1022. Yeah, we talked about that too. Yeah,
I had that before as well.
That they added 1,000 years onto it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I mean, I've been reading his or her stuff all evening, and I'm like, So I don't know. I was just thinking about the Noah thing. He had to be a giant to survive the deluge.
I mean, but the Bible said he was a giant.
They never found the ark unless they've been trying to find it.
Well, you know, they be lying about that. They'll come out every 20, 30 years, claim they done found a piece of the ark, just like they do them damn slave ships.
Right. That's right. And, you know, they only had about 3 ships in England at that time. And James's mother, named Mary, I think her mother's, his name was Mary. They both had the shipping company, and they only had 3 ships. So, I mean, you really can't bring millions over from that continent. Oh, but what I wanted to tell you, I saw a documentary years ago, and in South Africa, under all the brush, they had factories. They found where they were making humans in these factories. They had universities too under all that, you know, the brush of the jungle.
All right.
I saw that years ago.
So I'm gonna wind down. So you have any last words for the fam?
I'm on overload, so I'm really grateful for starting the conversation about the sports. And I didn't know it's going to take off.
Do.
I didn't even know it was going to take off like that to such a great deep dimension.
Yeah, that needed to be discussed. So shout out to Deep H2O. You're going to have to get it together and be on point with your muting. So that's why you got booted out. My nerves got bad because I'm not going to keep telling you to mute. So you already know what it is and why I kicked you out. You're going to have to be aware. But shout out to you for coming up, talking about the sports stuff. We definitely needed to hear that conversation tonight. So
yes,
okay.
And thanks for the blessing, DJ ZPE. I appreciate it. I can always use it.
Yeah. Okay. And sis Kashiva, yeah. Next week, let's connect. Okay. All right. Son Scott, do you have any last words for the family?
Oh, as always, it's been great. Everyone on the panel, bringing it all together. I just can't wait till next week to get into the reset, because the reset is like the event that like ties all of this shit together.
Baby, I can't wait.
Sandra was saying, like, we started off with sports and we all the way into this, and like every little sector has their version of the reset, because they all got to be on fucking code with this shit. But
Isn't it funny how we know that? It's crazy how it happens. We don't even talk to each other.
No, it's because it's a frequency.
Yeah.
Yes, that frequency. So I love y'all frequency, the people in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes, DJ ZPE was dropping the fire too.
Oh, that was cold stuff.
For sure. So peace and love, everybody. Can't wait to see y'all next week.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you, son Scotty. Love you much. Yeah, Sis Kale. Shout out to Sis Kale. My other nerd in the house, our BCU nerds. We got some BCU nerds in the house. So yeah, the movie with Peter Pan and Tinkerbell them is called Come Away. Mm-hmm. So y'all gonna enjoy it because it was really a good movie, but they dropped a lot of gems in there. So yeah, that's what that movie was. Okay, so we did you, son Scotty. So
yeah, just the recap of the movies and the films. Come Away,
right.
The Man That Fell to the Earth, the Westworld, Future World joint.
Yeah,
played. Yeah.
Yep, that's the recap, okay, of all of the movies. So all of the ones, the Man Who Fell to Earth, that's the one you have to have a subscription. That's Showtime. But YouTube has been, I'm gonna tell y'all something. They want you to know this information so bad that Showtime are releasing these episodes on YouTube. I about fell the hell out.
What episodes?
Yeah, I watched the first two ones.
They got the first two out there. I said, I ain't never known them to do that. So y'all can literally go watch the first two episodes on YouTube of The Man Who Fell to Earth. Now, I'm giving y'all the more updated version, but I'm like, oh, damn, they really want this information out.
It's time, though, you think?
Yeah, absolutely it is. Because they want to try to get you to agree and consent to the foolery. But nonetheless, they got episode 3 on there now? Child, y'all go in. So you ain't got to spend your ends if you don't want to on a little subscription. Go on and watch the little 3 episodes for free on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not watching this.
Y'all gonna pick up so many gems. Y'all gonna pick up a lot of gems. I'm telling y'all, on Saturday night, because the weekend is where my ass get caught up on my sleep. So Friday, I'm be done. I got to take my ass to sleep to be up for motherfucking Saturday. So at midnight, I'm sitting with the motherfucking remote like this. Wait for them to drop that new man who fell to earth like ding. So yeah, go check that out. But the old school Westworld and Future World, y'all should be able to get that one for free for sure. And Come Away, you should be able to get that one for free for sure also. So cool beans. Okay, nephew New, why you have any last words for the family?
Simply said, it's $sign Rhonda. Hit the subscribe button. Didn't come here for fun. It's Truth UnCompromeyezed. If you don't like it, you can also hit the dislike button for us to adjust you.
Because the algorithm don't care.
They sure don't. It never hurt my feelings, no way.
Right, and to the ones that are actually putting in work, keep doing what you're doing. We won't get the honors in society, but we are changing the frequency to what it needs to be, and I think that's what's making it
so we can escape this bad boy.
Right. So don't worry about the notoriety. Don't worry about the claim to fame. Just touch the person next to you and keep doing what you're doing. Give thanks.
Indeed. Thank you, nephew.
Love you, Auntie.
Love you too. And when you get a chance, I know you be busy with your life and with your baby. Check it out on YouTube because you're gonna pick up so much of the scientific stuff. Check out them 3 episodes because I know you're gonna come back with some good gems.
I'll be ready for you next week. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. Brother Odel, our brother from the pond, from across the pond.
Hey, brother.
And shit, we probably cousins too because I got them black Europeans all up in my family. I didn't trace their asses back to the 1600s. I know clearly who they are. My aunt reached back out to me. I was shocked. She was like, niece, what happened to that information you was researching on the family? I had to clutch my pearl. I said, auntie, I didn't trace us all the way back to the 1600s. All right, where do we land at? I was like, okay, I found us on them Indian reservations in the European side. She had no problem accepting it. She was like, okay. She said, you know what? That makes sense. So, but anyway, Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family?
I think everything needs to be said. It's been said. We had a brilliant evening. Peace to everybody in the chat. Yeah, it's been wonderful. We're just we're just rolling through this stuff at a quick pace. It's just almost to get through. I like the joint, by the way, you did during the week. I did spend my time listening to that with the exposing what's going on with the military system, and I concur. Everything you've been putting out has been on point. So let's keep rolling, man. Let's keep rolling. Let's get information out. Let's do what needs to be done. I believe it will be next week, and I'm ready to just get these things. The that's confirmed. I'm looking forward to getting this to talk about the world affairs and exposing some of this stuff with the mental mushroom. But it's definitely we've definitely had an attack very recently. It's not been that long ago, and yeah, society has been changed again and again. But they knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. So we just got to expose what's been going on, so people can see what a reset timeline looks like and how we're going through a shift at the moment. But obviously, just not as severe as that one. So there's a lot of change coming right now. We've got to be aware of what's going on and keep moving it. So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to next week, sister. But yeah, it's been brilliant again tonight.
All right, Brother Odel. Yes, we're looking forward to it also. And thank you so much. I know you're starting your day as well. So we really, really appreciate you, respect you, and love you. So we're heads down next week on this reset, on this 1740, and we're going to get into some things. So thanks so much, Brother Odel.
Thank you, Sister Randy.
Okay. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, you make all the difference. Excuse me. You being you at your highest levels. We've already seen how we can fuck up at lower levels. Those lower levels aren't going anywhere. If that's what you want, it'll be there for you. No frequency is going to be destroyed. It's either you rise above it.
What's the initials of that? Okay.
Or you suffer within the lower frequency.
Yes.
It's your choice.
Right.
It's always been your choice. When you learn to let go of blame and accept your part in this. You're in this reincarnation cycle, so you have a part to play in all of this fuckery.
Yep.
That's why we keep telling y'all to clean up around your own damn doorstep.
That's right.
Rhonda cleaning up her doorstep ain't gonna do shit for you.
Mm-mm.
She looking out for herself, like everybody else supposed to do. She's not here to give you all the answers. And nobody on this panel is here to give you all the answers. We don't know what fuckery you partook in. We don't know what contracts you signed.
That's correct.
That's up to you to put in your shadow work and do what you need to do to correct your shit. We share with y'all because we care. But it's only so much that we can do.
Right.
It's gonna come a point in time where we ain't around no more. And we don't intend on coming back.
I told you I ain't.
So what y'all gonna do then if you always have to have somebody hold your hand and explain everything to you when everything you need to know is within you? You have to put in the work. There's no way around it. Love y'all. Hold some power.
All right, fam. And the dog agreeing too.
All right. Let me put something on it in the last minute.
Sure. Oh, you
no,
just saying the dog.
That's what the dog is.
Right. Right. We all sitting like, I'm like, oh, he mean the dog. I bet you the dog. Where the motherfucking dog paws too? Like,
for you guys to keep talking.
Right. He waiting for the drop too to be like, okay, am I gonna put something on that? Put something on. That's funny as hell. Y'all know y'all a mess. So let me give the panel a round of applause. That's funny. All right. And then thanks to the YouTube family chat. Y'all was dropping them gems as usual. So let me give you all a round of applause as well.
Yes, beautiful.
And
I enjoyed today, man. It was
yeah.
like, wow.
And then thank you to the YouTube audience, giving y'all a round of applause as well. Because we know there's a lot of information we go over. We know, damn, we go over a lot of information. We know it's a lot. So if y'all can hang in there with us, y'all some superstars. So, you know, we appreciate your support. I'm sorry, what you say, Brother Sean?
We got the best chat room on
we
YouTube.
do. We got some smart MFs. Let me tell you something. My particular folks, I consider y'all my fam. Y'all smart as fuck. That's why I respect y'all. Y'all be up in there, boom, throwing them lightning rods. My nerds, we be up in here doing it. And even when I put the videos out on the history and stuff, y'all be coming on them videos like boom, boom, boom. And y'all gather who come in there with that fuckery. Y'all gather them already together. By the time I get to reading the comments, y'all done gathered somebody with them receipts. I'm like, well, damn. So it's very few people that I have to X out, and I only X out and block out just people that's just there to troll and just being straight up just idiots. I'm like, okay, you out of here. You messing up the frequency of these damn comments. Because my folks up in here dropping receipts. I'm getting extra shows up out of what they're saying. You got to damn go. So yeah, shout out to the comments too, because y'all be going in with the information on the comments. Much respected. You all are on your stuff. So very much appreciated. So fam, we'll be back, of course, next week. I promise y'all, the panel, we not going to be long-winded with the go ahead on with the fuckery next week. Soon as we see Brother Odel hit the block, we gonna bring him right on and get into it. Because we want to get into this reset stuff next week. So that's how we're going to do it next week.
As soon as possible, Brother Odel. Pull up on us.
Right, pull right on up and everybody going to get cut off. So I'm telling y'all right now, TT's nerves finna be short to get Brother Odel on the panel so we can get into this reset.
Yeah. Make sure the door's locked, Auntie. Make sure the door's locked.
Yeah, the door gonna have to be locked. But I am gonna the one sister, I'm gonna let her come on up. She asked to come up. I remember who she was. So we'll let her come up. But everybody else, now, ciao. Okay. So I'm letting y'all know up in advance, TT's nerves is getting bad because I'm at the point that I'm not here to keep going over stuff. Over the same stuff we've been talking about for years and decades. You come on this motherfucker knowing. Don't come on here regurgitating. Don't come on here with no script. Because I'm going to put the drill to you. And next I'm going to start putting the Jeopardy questions. Okay, I told y'all we're in grad school.
Prerequisites are required.
So I'm not trying to go back to you in grad school up in here.
Yeah.
So that means you need to be at thesis level.
The GPA needs to be
okay. So take my apologies in advance. But that's where I'm at with it because the information has evolved. Therefore, when you come on this panel, you have to be evolved. Or I'm just going to tell you you're off topic and you're just going to have to be out of here. All right. Okay. But with that said, fam, love you all very much. We will be back next Thursday. Brother Odel gonna light the house up with the reset stuff. Okay, so y'all can try to jack his stuff if you want to. We know you ain't gonna have it like he have it.
No.
1740 was a hard reset. That's when the Tartaria stuff was reset. What they're calling 1740, which was probably 740. But nonetheless, that's what we're going to get into next week. And then during the week, of course, we'll drop another podcast. All right. Step your cookies up. Yeah, Sis Kel, shit. We nerds up in here. We're thinkers. We're researchers. We prove our receipts. So come on now, because my nerves is bad. So anyway,
you did a beautiful job.
Yeah, I was trying. My nerves was kind of bad tonight, though.
But you did a beautiful job.
poor Deep H2O. I'm like, okay, now see, now I'm finna drop you. Now I'm gonna drop you because I didn't took and told you.
Well, you know what I think it is. You know the information is coming, and then there interruptions happen, and you have to keep the flow, as you said.
Yeah. I have to keep the flow. Because this is some important information coming through. So it ain't personal. It's nothing personal against you. I just got to keep it moving.
Keep it pushing.
Right. Keep it pushing. All right, fam. So we're going to rock out with some music. Love you all very much, fam. And catch those movies this weekend, fam.
Homework.
Yeah. Do your homework. Because, they got some nice drops out. So love you all very much, fam.
Love you too.
Love y'all.
Love y'all.